Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I am pleased to announce that we are now able to reopen the legislative building to the public. Effective today, we have reopened our tours, event bookings, and most importantly, the public gallery. As the place of the people, we look forward to welcoming back our residents and opening our services to the public. Thank you, colleagues. Try not to get too shy today. Orders of the day, Minister Statements. Minister Statements, Minister for Infrastructure.
Inuktitut. I would like to update members and the public on some of the activities occurring at the Yellowknife Airport, or YZF. The airport has had an eventful year that included lucrative COVID weather testing partnership. Responding to the challenges from COVID-19 related events and work to advance important infrastructure improvements. Inuktitut, cold weather testing at YZF continues to generate economic growth in the Northwest Territories. After successfully hosting Bell helicopters in 2019, we followed up by welcoming the Korean aerospace industries from December 2021 to February 2022. This partnership supported cold weather testing for their weaponless light armed helicopter. With a total of 40 pilots, engineers, and support staff traveling to Yellowknife, over $2 million was injected into the northern economy through spending on local hotels, car rentals, office space, and other local businesses. All travelers were required to comply with the Northwest Territories Health Order. Dechon Cho Logistics, the economic development arm of the Yellowknife Dene First Nation, secured a contract with the Korean aerospace and provided logistical support and gained valuable experience that will translate into future cold weather testing and support opportunities. As we now recover from the economic impacts of COVID-19 pandemic, Yellowknife is in a unique position to provide both the ideal climate and the necessary amenities to support cold weather testing. Our government continues to seek partnership with international aviation leaders who are in need of suitable testing locations. It's no secret that COVID-19 has had a significant impact on airport travel. Traffic at the lowest, we saw a 91% decrease from previous pandemic numbers in passenger movements through YZF. There are signs of recovery in the traffic when compared to 2020.
Nang minakaktiw yusan na 2020 ngulaw me tako April motilugo December motikilugo mitakling me ikanayati pilagayilo ikayoti ulautut maligaso ati chinang me Canada ka makung no maligala yaw yuning amalupi valening inni asi jukta vale katalilaw tu atukta kataga kalaw ningin amalo matukta vale lang mata kiglikak viyut ikak viyun nakto hangata viyun nak siluting ukirtatok pasing mungaw vale lakton nutako kayaktaw yakayakak ningin mitak vi kaumay October 21 May Tako nang ngaktaw lilaw tu tamang misabigaw yay kaumain. Amalo tunga nang nasaw tunga view nang nasaw lasuti 2022 me tako taw. Nutako kaktaw law mayon mga sarbid. Nunako tinulunok kangavin na yugariyaw yun natulo. Amalo tikipalelo ne. Naukko hattaqeaqarningi tukisanarnersaullersuti uqautigiarti katimayaqalangitau kamagiauvallealermiyut kamagiautittivallealermiyu hanuiliurutauninginni tamaniaqqa taqqimi YZF Yellowknife me pequtingi tuli piusigiartaunginnarnaartuut takko qausiuvalleanginnarnaartuut nutaani kiinoyaksaniktauvallaqullugiin kiinoyaliurutauvallaqannerunnaaqullugi quyannamiiksivaut oqarti qinnami minister oqausingin minister oqausingi annaartuulerannermu minister qinnami oqarti oqausiqakainnaqumajunga eqqanaajartiksarsiurutiksanni eqqanaajartini aannaartuleriyikkunni nunatsiarmi eqqaumanearassi tilisilausimagatta sivunaagu amisoqoriartauqullugiit aannaartulerinermo qauyimayitariauyu 20% tinginniinnaartuni tamani 19 iyaulutamalekaleurtiunittini nuvangnarjua 19 pitaqareaqarutaulilau maamisuunersauyunu eqqanaajartini Canada milununatsiarmilu eqqanaajarti aannaartuleriyikkunni katimayigalailu aksoruuteqarsimangmata eqqanaajartiksarsiorasuarsimaninginni aannaasiurtini isuarsayiniglu takko oqausiuqattarsimangmata eqqanaajartinu unionnginnullu katuteqatigiinginnun ajigiigintuutiuyuni aulattiviuyuni ayungittuuqatauyumattiarmigatta Canada miutauyuni aannaasiurteqarunnanermi uqarti inalunaikutariauqullugi pilereeriaunaartu pingasunuaqaagunun piyarirtauvalleelertu 2021 mi 2024 maannaartulerinermuun eqqanaajartulerigitiksaitikillugit saqqititausimayu April mi sivumuutakunakpalleelluta taakka nunallitoqauyunu eqqanaajartitaaruttauvalleanersaunasungnaartuun ammisunut tamakkua atulertitauvalleanealertu asijertauvalleanealermingmata ilinnearaanikpalleeyu eqqanaajartaarunnarniarmata aannaartuleriyikkunni ammattaupigiartittinearmiyugu ilinnearutiksani nunallitoqauyunu ukiortartermiutauyunu ullu ilinneartinun ilinnearunnattiaqullugi inuleriyikkunni aannaartuleriyikkunni uqarti eqqanaajartitaujunin ilinneartittivalleejumalermiyugut nutaaqoreartaulute eqqanaajaaqsartaarunnanarmun alunaikkutaин tamakkoatoraangajum makkuktunu eqqanaajartaarpalleajunnaqullugiit aannaartuleriyikkunni ikayuutaunnaarmiyusorlu ilautitauqattarunnarninginnun nuttarariauju eqqanaajarvignuun ammalu tusaumajautittivalleanermuut aannaartuleriyuujunnarninginni nunatsiarmi utaqinittini qauyimajugu eqqanaajarti amisuungimmata ammalu aksorunartukkuuqattarninginni aannaartulerinermi eqqanaajartillugin tamakko oqausiuqattariaqarmata annernartuutigiyaulutiglu nunatsiarmi inuleriyikkunni aannaartuleriyikkunnilu eqqanaajartuun pitaqarialimmaqialuugmata ikayureaqaratta inuttinning uqarti qauyimajugu nunatsiarmi gavamaqarviuyutuugmata Canada miatiliurtausimaveqanngittuut innakuveqartittini yunnanermuun teitsumanilikiinauyaliurutauvalauqaluarmata nunatsiarmi akitunersauyuni tamaani ammalu maliktauqattarunnalaumata qanuileurpalleenangi eqqanaajarti kisiani kiinauyaleriirjuakku katimayingi maannasaangerutaqalaumata eqqanaajarti ilageerutiksanginnutoraangayuni atuagarning eqqanaajartikiksainnarninginnu Canada muajornarutauninginnun eqqanaajartuleriyikngit inuleriyikkunni aannaartuleriyikkunnilu tunisigialilautu kiinoyaleeriaujunu ilageerutiksaning ilitariausimayunu aannaasiortinun ammalu oqarti maannauju ilitariauqunarmiyut eqqanaajartiulertut kayusiinarmata eqqanaajaariamining ikayorsui nearilluti nutaana eqqanaajartiqorpalleejumayuning taakko kamagiaul maliktaujareaqarninginnu eqqanaajartinu angerutiin maligariauneartu isimaksarsiurutau jareaqarneartu teekkoalu angerutaujunnaililaummatau guarnartu Ammaluna magingit kalwasugo ikanayati kauyimaquyavut. Ilagiyaw katay na unang nang matanga katigiga sa ako tao yun nang ningin nun. Yun yan giyang inu katudya katigingin nun lo. Tako tao asingin ni kanong tao walian na sugmiyon. Ilagiyaw luto ikanayati ilaw ti tao ningin no kano ilaw ko tiksaning. Tukasiyaw walian na sulang mata. So asidya katang mga ta. Aula katang mga talunin. Teko aula ka nga may kanayak ti tamang ming. Duk sinervyo na sung nervyo. So kanaya min ang kimay si mang mga ta. Kau iyaw ko ng mata. Tako pidyo tao katang nang itay may ninganon. Titagak pala yun ng nerata. Pilakang ugi ako tiksangin na pang na tiksangin. Malo at iliw tao si mayuan na sirtin. Nunat siyang may kausak pala lang mata. Tamak ko na ngay sumalo tao yun eh. Amalo kanong tao yun natin eh. Ikanayat ita ako tao wala yun natin eh. At uli ko yalaw na yung medyo ikanayak victim eh. Kanong tao gaya natin eh. Papati yun na ng mon. Ikanayak kain na na ng mulo. Tako kanuli ako tigsay. Amay kalawang nangin no ikanayak tinun. Pilo at tumising ay yulagayik ko ni stante na nerbingan eh. Pigi ako tao lilaw to. Ilinakti ti walian na lang mata. Singayo lagayon natin eh. Kamayaw kataw yung nakatang na mata. Tao tuwa kayaw lutik. Kawi malukti tao walayo maningit kinaw yakuloy. Kayutik sa niktaw yung nakulugit. Singayo lagayo yung natin. Ang igligay tao wala na may yun nanito nun naliw yun ay abikto si maningin eh. Ikayok tao wala ko lugiran na sirtit. Ino na siya may piter tao yun na kulugi. Piyo nagpatsyango yun eh. Ana sirtit kakunang matay. So sa hikalutiglo. O kanik palelo nga. O kakumayo nga. Gaba magkuhan na tulagay nga inulagay kulo. Pilagay kang mata. Si ulir tiyo yun eh. Piyo si balir titi yung yun eh. Kanaya tiyo yun ang nerto eh. Kayo tao yakakato eh. Ino kuting inulong nun at siya may kayo na may okate. Minister kausingin. Sana yulagan ng mo, pulakat yulagan ng mo, kinahiyalagan ng mulo, kayo na may okate. Nun at siya may ulume. Tikiw gata. Niriyagayaw ngin na lauto me. Kawaya na makitong. Nun at siya may tunga sa yun naksiming matati. Kasi bakat talaw to na pulakat to na. Taan na tikitaw yung matuin na palalang man. Pulakat to yun nung nakdiwa may nakituin na. Amalo na 2019. Nubang nakdiwa nga na. Tikitaw law nga na 15,000 ngino. Inong no tikitaw law to yellow knife me. Nun at siya may ulo. Takuyaw yung maluti. Tay may law si mangiti ang matasibo na agoon. Amalo. Katagutaw kong imiyabot. Tamak ko nung akituyuti nun. Pero takakaya kautaw yun nun. Tay may ning anulo. Akiluktuhi jutik sa nituk sa amner mayogon. Makong ning pulakat tulakan ng motor ang anertuning. Ikanayak takain na kutaw yun na nertulo. Kayo si kulugin. Amalo ilagay taw si mayo pulakat tulakan yun. Kayo tiksay. Tuyong may biksay lo. Tungasay jutiksay lo. Kaya na si malaktabot na liw kumak sa katitaw katagaya kalaw ningin. Amalo ilaliw ti si malaksutan nun at siya may pulakat tulakan yun eh. Kinaw yaliw kasi watilo ti makutingin nun naling nini wakatakulugit. Amalo nun at siya may ngin na akong nakulugit. Kikang naulagangan. Pila katigi si malaktabot nun at siya may pulakat tulakan yun. Ikanayak bingan luan na tulakan yun. Amalo mga servegiyabo tunga sugna sa uviw titinasuk si malaktabot nun at siya may nung no amalo ilangin nun. Tamay ni katilago iliw kay si malaktabot $17 million ni pulakat tulakan ng mon. Mga servelakan ng mulo March 2020 me. Amalo contract yun ay nunaling niluti kasi view yun nato na nivarbingnig atok palehalak suta si bunik sa una atamon. Pang nakpalea ni tinitamak ko gaba magayabot. Ako na yung may kayo swingin nakasong nato pulakat tulakan ng may. Ammata pulaqattulaqinermi qanuiliurutiksaani pigiartittisimalertugu $2 million tunaatukaksaliariausimayuning niurutiksaunерсаujunнақуллуги нунатсиармунгау qattarutiksain nunatsiam gavamakkungittau ikayorsuingmayu inuqutinginni pivalliatittinermi inui atuinnaujunnaarninginno qanuiliurutiksaning taimaatungaseaqattarunnarniarmata tikippallaajuni pulaqattuning ammalu qauyimayitariauqattarniarmata inunnunakituinnattia nunarjuarmingaartuning uqarti takkua qauyimayauvalliatuinnerniarmata Pilaqatigi yaunehalaujungmata nunalitoqainuvangnarjuatikilaunginningani taakkuasulisuullerpaujaunartu 2025 mutikillugu ammalu pulaqattulerinermi new vaccine pileriiqarmata ikayorumattiartuni inusilimaarminillu eqqanaajaaqarsimalluting inungnuut tamaanermiutaujunusilattimiut nunarjuarmiunullu taqanartualuugaluaning pilerilermatamaqquniaqaaguunianigortuugning taimangani qanuiliorutiksani kasuinnarmata takuyuminartuutinnasuksugun nunatseaq nunalitoqaillunnunangin oqartiisaqqitittiniartunga pulaqattuleriikku 2022-23 mi parnautiksanginni qanuiliorutiksani qayunnami oqarti Minister Qausingin Maligaleuti Qausingin Maligaleuti Great Slave Mode Qinaming March 1 May Qawagiyaw nagpakalaw si Makong KFC kusane ani maturtaulaw ni March 1 ngutillugo Kanutuin na tayo mag-alo-akawigin Amisung mata nunatsiang meuneriuktu maqquniaqaaguungning qawi maqattau tiyaqaqarunneernaalaqattaullu mipigaarlugu qanuungasiging mangata 6 fiingunaqartauyut qawiagiluaqakku inutuungittunga qawimayunga ullumitikittasinnalermaan kisiani oqarti qawimayauquyavu tungasaigaluarsut aullumi Suliqwaarsaarnariakku asijikitainartavaloqattartillugittusagaksaiqaviamajutiksaaqanuiliurutiksaillu suliujjituttiaqaaqaqatta aannialerniarmangaarma qanuijaangemmangaarma qanuiliurtuqarniarmangaa kapiyaungikkutta kapiyausimaneriakka naamakkaluarpaa oqarti Uwannuinnakkuluoqausiqartunga ammalu inuqatigiiktuna ilauqattarumalluta inutuunginnattaersungalu nuvangnarjualerinermiing pileriinnarama inungnu ikpigiyaunginnarniarpaa qaniglilluartailimayauyumanera ubaluunni tilieriqattarniarpunga qaniglittailimaquyunermiing uqarti Uqausiqattartammarialugisimakakkiisumakkuun aanneerutauqattartuut kisiani matuirtauvallaninginni piluartumi uluqianarunnarmata aktartausaqaittunuun kappianarutaullunilu March 1 kiujutiksaqqaqqungitsutalu inuqutigiyavunnunatseermi tamarmikiggatorlugideqqaumayaqaaqartuguun uti Nuvangnarjuartaalaunginittinni suli quarsaarnar quksasuutiksaqaqattainalaurata uqarti taimatu sivuniksaqqattiarnersaunaaleraluarpugu inuqutittiinni quyunamiing
Member statements. Member for Inuktitut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Maligaleuti Inuktitut Twin Lakes mo quyunamiing Pilaraksangini saqqitittilaunginninginni iqqanaayartaarumalluti asinginni innun aliuyuni uqarti iqqanaayartaartitsiyunnanersilatittinni isumagiyauvallianersauquyaqaat ungasiktumik suli pileriyunnaqullugi ajornangittuarpaat At tuagariya o yu ikanaya tao tao valle yu nang matamiki yu tiu nang sanay. Nuna liw yun ay sumalaw tigi ako iglo ano nga kano ililang ayu yaka angin. Ikanaya tao nga kaya kakalawang mata nuna minitun. Asingin nunuk di kitanging arlo ti Canada wa Victor si maningin nuluni ukiyatatulo ni Victor si maningin nun. Maligagasay upiryaw yu at uagay tamakwarlo yalo tilugin. Nalunang mata News North go to sa umalawat February 1 May 12 ngulaw nang inekanayat ti annevi me kanayalaw to. Unga siktu mi utatokaw yu ti kikatang mata kanayat ti tauluting. Dako ati si kau ti gilaw mata sakit itaw kau ti ito ako may mako looking unegon. Nunat sa gava makong ino kanaya kayaw yu kanaya tao ya kaya kang ikalawang mata kalunano ng inang may utanon. Te matutamak si manakataw na punga. Akaw ngili ako ta kalagayakatan naling na kanaya titi yun nang naisapun na tao yun nang ningin nilo. Kausap tao at kaya kalawang mata naling na kanaya kayaw yun inuk tao niyo sa tuwin na tuya at tao mata yellow knife mo nun. Dako ape ko tigigyan lang na mayak kawat tao ko yun na mayak ate. Kaya na may inoving mo, Twin Lakes mo, malagalaw ti Hay River ni ganon, kayo na may yukate. Apik ko ti kalaw ka imelong may angayan na tuniglo. Ikayo taubig sa karon ng mga ta. Sibuliw ti tao ko lulo, malagalaw ti yun o.
Mr. Speaker, one of this government's mandate items is to
Katitiliyaw si magata. Ilik ko si Tokakayaw yun ay maligon na ko yun yung mamisa ko tayo wala yun na tunon. Ngaba makot. Inilangay na sugaya kang mata. Kalunaning ngakto, takalawa ka ngaming. Ilin na titaw tiyakto, alawakat ang mata.
acceptable aftercare, or more specifically, lack of
Kalunaning alaw sa tiyo, takalawa ka ngaming. Ikayok tawag sa kanero, takatang mata.
transitional housing for those returning from addiction treatment. An action item included as part
Tiliyaw law yung matatakwa, gawa mo yun. Ayulang si mayune, ayulang utakak si mayune. Uyan natune, angayan natune, melong minglune o kate. Teko, utakalawa ka nga may kalunano nang inni kayok daw yakto si malaw sutik. Utak niyo sa tuwin nakatang matapi sa katalaw tato kakalawa minon. Amalo, namang ngawik sa kakaya kasutik. Sita maya ka, takay na yaka ngaming. Tuyong mibig sa katitaw yung nakutiglaw na ikayong nakaun nakalawang matan. Nayuga kakataon ng tangining. Pimakiyutilog ipiloto me, uy kitaw si mayot. Uy rin nakakutaw yun, angayato nulo. Imalulagay ng mulo at ayun. 60% tingin ni mata. Kayo sinakon nakot. Imelo katakon nersuti, ato katakon nersuti, amalo, uti katak tu, inusiri valaw taminut ako, api ko tigilang nertaka. Kayo na may maligalaw tayo kausingin. Yellow knife ang nanganon. Kayo na may okati. Great slave ako sa kakatang March 1st, nauli ko yabo lume. Maligay ko tao, June mo inialang man, nunat siyang may unon. Ilun nangin, ulume. Matutaw yung naksikan ng matay na si Kume, iglong juwaleri yaw at natutaw na nita siya lungme. Kume na laki masito kakayakta ko ng neluming matakitong ngayon. No takakiyamot, Taunga hatang na mata malukuyali yagoy kayo tao hatak si mang mata Canada nunat siya gaba makungin nun. Kinatuid na ilaw yung magone ikanayak takatyat walong mata sana yu katimayang ilo akilakto tao katigloy kayo tao hatalakto 27 na ako ni iglulo si malang mata si kumitaw na ni tasayalong me kuyaliyak ka kayo na me kayo na me yalong ay fong nang ano maligalaw tayo ka
Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le
kayo na me o kateo mga yalong man teko sonak titi sonak si mayon Kang tang man tang kot Kang tang main uyakat nerbingat 1962 mi pigalaw to matulo ni 2015 mi America mi utaw law to tangstang mi June 19 mi kamayu law si mayu ang irutaw law sutik awla taw yun naksinangin nun at siya gava makungin nun kinaw yakaun na kaya kang mata Imayatok tao yun nang nanginupi yun na tinon. Awla tao valela kalo kami nun at siya gaba makungin no kanawili ako tao si mangiti ang mata. Kinaw sa kakaya kang nangin nilo. Nikaw isak tao si mangin mata miliyan nga nito ni kinaw yaning. Suwali kaya't salumati tao na suksi magalawa mata. Nun ako tigiyabo so at tao tayo lakulugin. Mac tangko nilvert tawlaw yuyu 2.5 million no kino yanon. Maligalil ving milo kaw si ulaw si mayon. Kan tangko utak titaw ko yawlaw si magalaw matakena daw gava makungin nun. Kisa ni mang tangko pekotingin, pekotivinelongin. Taw na ni mata sule. 172,000 ni nunat siya gava makungin. Atok si mayot, kanayak tiniglo, kanayak titilaw to kalunanan ng iningaw to neng. Kinaktiyo na kayo na ing mining. Tako yun naktakani. Nunat siyab gava makungay kayo suwilag to tang tangkut, amalumak tangkut. Sa lumak sa kaya vinirilaw tangay, yakan nerve yun ng inni. Tukisinang ngiman, so, Canada gava makungin no tako ay vaw tao na sungin mga ta, nunat siyam gava makungin no tigo yaw matakano iliw ko tao si manginingin. Ami sumakayanong napakudik sa kang naka mapula katulagan ng makinaw yalaw ko tigsalagan ng muluminis tamon. Kinaw yatigo, ala tao tiyakan na kaya kakalawa matakinaw yaw ko tao yu alaw matatamak ko. Kayo na mayo kate. Maligalaw ti kayo na may frame like moon. Maligalaw ti tabacha moon. Kayo na may ukati November 29, 2021 ngutilogo. Ukaw si kalaw nga mapalisik ko ni pitiraw ti ang tingin ni pidyo kato ni ministang ay katuiviliriyik ko no apersulaw si magako. Ang ni pidyo kato ni kiuyaw law ngitiara ma. Amalo agla kiuyaw ngilo mo amisulo kanila po apakodik sa kilaktak unik ako tao ti ako takaya kamata nun at siya miutan nun 22, 23 mikinaw yayatok tuksait akilaktok tao yung 50 million nung atane palisa kautin nun at siya may 2 million nung atane ilaka mata nalaw tao law to na atok tao law to ni 2021 ngutilo 5 million nginin lang mata nutat maligliw ang ako tinghe kanayat inon ikan piliriye pekotiliriye kava makkon akilaktuwi valleatu inang mata tuyong mibingin nun amalukinaw yaleo tigibaktangin nun 61.5% tingin niya katang mata akilaktaw tao katakto pali sa kautin. Akitutilugay kano iliw tao kalawang mata. Akitok pala ito inang tilugay. pukertali karuti palisi karuti angerutikon okarti amisu alumni nawatau viusi mayuno kausi uvalleang mata kina yaksanik tau khattamningin akitto kayartau valleatu innatillugi palisikkunu angerutin pera yapalleatu innang mata nunatsaminani tuinnang nunalingnilo uktoqartau yunnarpa tukisinartau yunnarpa amisuunangi qanuilanganingillo takko pillaqi ummata apeqqudiksauyut kinauyaksanik tauqattartu paliseqarutinuun maqqung matiunikkaasi mattiartuut qanuilanganinginniing angerutiin Canada ugavamakkunginnu angerutauyut akko apeqqutigi angertaujumayunga oqausiksakkapiyaqiarumalluguit Qinnami tabaatsamik maligaleuti angertaujumayu ilissinnu oqaanigumalluni agaartoqangimakayusilauqit maliksugi qawisaartaujut qernertualuillu nunallitoqqaillu suliyursangimata oqaqattarsimayu qawisaartaujuni apersuutaujuni suliyursanginnermini palisikkunning qawiqattarmata naqunartuuti tauqattarninginning oqqarti palisi piittiqartiillu inulimaatiarnuun toqaangayariaqaraluarmata tarsangin amingata tarsingin isumaginngillugi uvini qatigiinginerpu isumaginngillugu takuksauttiyariaqarmata aqiumattiaqullugillu tamainni aulattiyauningin gavamaqarviuyuni neruartausimaviuyuni gavamamauyunilu palisikkunnulu piitaqattauqattarninginni kisiani kamagiyauttiakkannereaqarmata inulimaatianu kinakkutuinnarnu suluyuqiyauqattarniarmata apeqqutigigiallangniarmiyakka tamakku eqqartuivilerinamun ministamu qiyinnamioqarti maligaleuti tabaatsamu maligaleuti oqausingin maligaleuti maantuvuimun qiyinnamiing oqarti ullumi igluleriirduakku piitteraaqattarninginni oqausiqarniarama kiggatorlugi inoqutikka igluleriikku qanuiliuqattarningin tusaumatitteqattaqasuarutingillunangminilingni igloqutinginni iliqquseqatigiingisiammaringmata nititeqqartaarsimalaruarmata igluleriikkut tuniyausimallarilaartuni pingasuning kisianim qallunauyarunnangimmata titeqarviuqattartuugaluat qawimayaunasugiaqaraluarmata innuit titeqqartaartitaugaluarute qallunauyartuni tukisiyaujaangimmata teimailingatuinnalangayu teimailaunnerminimalituinnarluting ammalu qallunauyaggarsutik innatoqaullutiglu tukisiangimmata maligarni angerutaujuni contractuneqartauqattartuning igluleriningillu aallammarialummata takkua nunamiqattarnikuugaming inuunginnarunnanarmi nunamiqaujimangmata oqarti tukiseqattangimmata titeqqartaariyauyuugaluani qavititaunasungninginni iliqanaq titauqattarmata iliqanarsaariyauqattarsuti iliqasuuk titauqattarsuti maligalerinermillu qallunaa maligalerininginning qavimangittaarmata igluleriirduakkuut asijiyariaqallarilertu inoqutimini tukisititteqattarluting tusaumaqqattautiluting eqqanayartit tukisitittinnasugiaqaraluarmata uqaqatteqaqattarluti taakkunungaippariktuunni nuliaringning oqarti teimailiortauqattarpata innatoqainunattinni Kanoy leo tao katak palea singin nino na liu yun eh. Ang tao yun na pungaw kasi ikaw kanay kumalugin. Kaya na may matuwi milon. Ang tao yung mayulisin nun, tamasin nun. Agato kang ima kayo sila rin. O kati, tusama ka tao titiakan na kaya kamatay iglulagay ang diyakot. Ikayok tangalo iglulagay ng mon. Kinaw yaliw tulo ang maluayok sa tut. Trukisi umatita ka kaya kamata adigay tumay ng manililo. Ayok sa nagsaylo inulagay ko no ikayok tao katatun. Na may yun ikinaw yaktigo ikayok sa tao yun na kaya kamata. Apik katugigala ng mayak kasi ako kayo naming. Kayo naming malagalaw tayo mantuway mo. Malagalaw tayo kasi ngayon. Cam Lake Moon. Kayo naming okati. Imelo katang ng mga ngayon ng tula katang ng muluak. Tutaw si mayu singay. Singay gayaw luti. Kaperang man. Kwasang naktuko tao katang man. Okati. Ikayo tao viksakit makalo katataman. Itamak ko nga. Ang ayakat ng mo. Imelo lang ng mulo. Aktok tao si makatang ningin nun. Utakaksain. Ang kakakunero tao katang mata. Anak tuwi yu tao katang mata. Ayoko tao katang sutiglo. Ang maloy kayo tiksait. Pita kakalawakil luti. Atok tao yun natut. Ayungin na kakayakang mata. Solo makunang iglo kakun na tiya kayakang niya. Kapenak tumiti tao katang itunang niya. Tamakko ako luyang mata. Ang maloy kayo sa tao katang luti. Anak ko kayaw yun. Nukang kayo nakatakon ng nitakak sa tao katang luti. FASD ko ni aktor tao si mag-angaming. Tusaw matitaw tayo katakayakang mata. Kwasa ng tuko katang mata tayo mahilingan yakangamin. Nutakatakayaw yun. Ang malo. Kawisak tao yun. Alutuin na kalang nanging mata. Aksak tao katakong isuwilo. 25 nga niya. Persok tao yung kalaw ma 25 ng lautut. Aktor tao si mayo ang ayang naktulirin ng mga malularin ng mulo. Aktor tao katalaw ng inon. Ang malo akso naktuko katapo. Kitong alay ito may tuning. Tako ikayok tao katakaya ka matapiyak palela katay. So ano inubang nakdiyo. Ang malo atok paleto inaktuya lawatan naktuya katang ng minubang nakdiyo takaktilogo. Asi jota ya kaya matatay mailingan niya. O kausi walelo tino na lang ni. Ikayo te kakaya kakasugaya ka may uno na siya may ulimano. Kayo na may akati. Kayo na may malagalaw te Cam Lake Moon. Malagalaw te Daicho Moon. Kayo na may akati. Okati. Okakan ni Romayong Pulaliktok tuning atok pala ang akong nang ikalawa mga tao sa alwalagay yun na yung luta. Iglulagay yung Jaka Corporation nga napik ko tigiya ka 2,600 ngini mata. Nunawp iluto na nga naiglo ko tigiyaw yun. Tawa ni mata 9 million kasi mayon. Asing ikanayak wait. Pigay ako ta kasi mang mata. Pulatok tuning o kusaw tiksanik si Valelak tuning. Sana yulagay ikaw tuning. At tulad tita walelak sa tiglo ko tingin nul nerving ninyo naling ni Fort Providence me. Ami siya suritag ba ni o kausari si Mayaka. Isumalong ng mata iglulagay ang jakot. Ami siya inokotигiyavot. Teko na iglo kang mata. 90% tingin ni mata. 2038 may awlati jutik say ako majutik say lupit akakon nerti tao. Vik sa kang ningin ni nunat siya may unusibo nagsakayaw na yung may yume. Kano ileutik sa kakayakang mata. Kiyo lakilaw si mangitera ta kano ileuta na ilakalaw mga ta 2038 tikilugo nga ta anulo. pullalikkohtuning omaqutik sa leon ng mga tao kusautik sa nigun ng mga talo ni kawi minakalawang mata. Apikotik ikaw kalawa kita ba ni pinasawa ko siyo yume. Suli sakit si mangiti ang mata unik kalayaning. Kano suli tigi bata ako kanayalin. Tita kakang na kailuting. Ami suyugot. Ito kasi ayugot. Kinaw yakto tayo magata. Ami ako kain na kumanang mon. Kanayang bili matye. Kayo kuminakalawang matay. Lulagay ako ni. Sila pa si Jok pala nga pila kaya lulaktilo ko. Batin nun. O kati. Apik ko tiginakta ka. Ministang ano, iglulagay ako na magsikpan. Kayo na may malagalaw ti mo, malagalaw ti ako singin. Ilitakayaw nang malagalaw wing may tut. Ilitakayaw nang malagalaw wing may tut. Malagalaw ti sa tumon. Kayo na may kati. Ang nakbiga sila in Proctor, Wanitok. Ulit iko na kanayatok. Ang nakatiga Tammy Proctor. Amalo. Anikuluga Randy Kakwitaw. Tagwanito. Kayo na may malagalaw ti sa tumod. Ilitakayaw nang malagalaw wing may tut. Kayo na may ilitakayaw ko yung kanula ka Betty o kanaya kataong man. O kakaumaw lang. Alay na yung makayalo. Yung kanitaw tokat lang akong lang sinelang may kamailing niyong eh. Ilitakayaw na yung maligalaw magmitut. Maligalaw ti decho mo kayo na may. Ilitakayaw ko yakaap. Inatoka no natin ni fourth resolution me. Terry Villeneuve. O wanita ko sa ungito kalo. Ang ayo kakaya maang na ikatudya katigingin no nalito kahit. Denay nation kulo katudya katigidyo ang inisi malo ne. Canada limami kigato iyo lo ne. No kangalito sindi uwane katiging miyapa ni kulo. Amalo, di ilo umiutak. Ilitakayaw kong maya ka Shirley Seta. Katimayo katawlaw man. Ayaw katigikti uwalaw tok. Titakakti katalaw mayo. Titakinaw yalakayo lo nilo. Katudyo katigigin nun nalito kayang nain. Amalo divek may ikanaya katalaw mayo. Ino sila kayo na malo. Ikayo tigayakan na kataw si manakano tunga suktitaw le. Kayo na mailit ang kayo nang imalagalaw wing mito. Maligalaw tito na day wala de. March 1 ngutilo ko maligakaw na kata. Hilita kayo kung miyak ka. Tu sa yoyok no natining te kaning itutak pane te na Mary Sundry tu sa yo kataw yutak vanili takayaw ko yaka tamang ka amala fourth resolution me tu sa yo kataw ming matag vane ko yan na mertak ka ko yan na may tu na de wala de malagalote. Ilitakayaw na ngayon malagalawing may doon. Tungaw tinaw tatamana kataw yung galawan itong nga sa kuya bago kayo si magasiulume. Makunaaka kumakayalo na itak tao ya kayo katala na kayo si. Kiujutik say kinaw ya tuktuk say kinaw yung inon. Kati may akalaw ni kalang kimakuha na mo maligak sa ni. Unik kalat, kati may akalanik, kati may akalango kay nato nilo. kiujuteo kausikko apikkotinuun, kiujuteo kausikko apikkotinuun. Ilitaksinaq. Apikkotiikko kausikkoot. Piviksaqallariktitsivanginnata takunayartaassinni asanginnigavamauyuni. Teema apersorunnasuunguvasi oqausikkuut. Ministauyunuun. Ministauyukiuttiarunnaqullugiit. Pivikkittuutit aungikkaluarsusi. Maligaqartusi. Maliga 7.2 brackets 1 oqausiit. Apiqqoti oqausikku tukusinarialiin. Tukusinattiarluti. Minister kiuyaraangat maligaqartuut kiuyauyaraangami ministernu tukusinariaqartuut. Qauyaqattarsimaleramamaannasaa oqausikku apiqqutiksai aperiyaunaaleraangami oqakutaaktualuularsuti aperilisaarattarmataa. Tamassi aperiyunnartuinnaugassi oqausikku apiqqutining. Teemeeqattangim chairmatalai asittinni malagaliurvigni. Atuutaqattiariaqarat pivikittuunittinning. Amisugasaalungni apersuruaqaq tuuyaangikkaluarmata. Oqakutaakpagiirtualuuvaangata sivunaaguut. Apiqqutingillu tukusinarunneeraangata. Aperiyunnailititauyunnarmata eqqarmanaarpusi malagaliurtiullusi. Aperiqattariaqartusi tukusinartuning kiuyauqattariaqartusi tukusinartuning. Atuttiariaqaratigu tamaaniinnerpu apiqqutioqausikkuut Hay River nigianuun. Qinnami oqarti ministaanniartuleqinermu nalunaiyayunnarpa. Qassitoqayarmanga ikayortauviksami saqqittiiyunnarutta nunalingmi uirisimayunuun. Ministaanniartuleqinermu qinnami. Tusagaksaleariaulautuni November 2020 me $2,329 ni atoqattartuk. Ikayutiksani noqaqtittinasuktunai mealungmiaangayaarnartuning. Tamarmikiinauyayatortuksain uqauseriaraaqartakka $20 million nginni mataaqautamaa. Pijutaqartu tuyormiititauninginni 2018-19 miaqqaaguulartu miaullartitauqattarninginnu atugaksait tuyormiititauqattariaqarninginnuun noqangakainnalilaarmata nuvangnartuaajorutauninganuun ammalu amisuunersauyu inuit uktorumayu ikayortaujumalluuti akilertaujunartu qinnaming minister qanuittuning ikayortauvigmiilaarsuti uteraangami ikayutiksaqakkannerunnarpa nalunaiyayunnarpa taakkuninga anneertulerinermu inuleриnermullu ministauyo tungasuktittiniang tamakkuninga anititaujuni ilinna ajorunnersartauraaning mataqano imirtailiyunnarni aangayaarnartortailimayunnarni inuusermini nunalingni oqausioqattartu inuusileriyiginnu nunalingni eekullu imealugunneerasuksimayu katutiqatigiinginni ikayersortauyunnaqattarniarmata mikiyutiunnersani kiinaujaksanik tauqattarunnarmata tamakkununga ikayutiksani pileriyumayunu uktorutiksain. Qinnami oqarti ministauyor nalunaiyayunnarpa ikayortauqattarunnarninginni tamakkua tikippallialisaartu ikayortaujartorsimalarsutiqallunaanunanginnu asinginnullu Kuyuna mayan tulagan ng mga minister. December me matuik silaw tugo turview yung naktuning. Aula tiview yung nakaulugin na yuwakayaw yung naktuig lukutigiyaw yun. Tusagak sa lewe lawata si tamanon. Manaw laktulo tekwa. Titarapalelak tuug tugutigiyang inning. 1 million ang atilongan na ilang tukinaw yay atok tao yumayon. Apakot Hay River ni ganon. Kuyalite atong halian ay tayo man nailiyo apyung matusang nangman. Kayo sota ko ng mata. Tamak ko ano ka umayugalo angayang na ng mig. Angayatulo ng migluwat ako at ningin. Ang malo. Kayo si Vallejo mig. Tako ato inaw yun nako ng mata. Ministan na tulagan ng mo inulagan ng molo. Kinaw ye ato aksayit. Atok tao katatut. Say maksayin e ukakvik saning. Ato inaw titakataon na ng moon. Ing mining. Inusok tapale yun nakuluwi. Angayang nato kang itumay. May alo kang itumiglo. Edgeworth Institute ano nanay mo may pigati tao lang si mayo atok tao katang mata caps and program kulo inong no tao atok tao yun nang mayo loy nang adjiging ito guti yung matay kayo tiksay toka ngayo imero katao neho tao yun nakto noon nang miniwan inusin ni 30 uluning, 16 uluning. Panang sa titaw katang ningin ni Pimakaw na patya nga katang maino sa kayaw yun ay kayo kasuktabon. Malagalaw ti sa batya mon. Kayo na may okati. Okati ministaw yok. Ekato'y vilagayik ko nun. Isumalaw na kakpapalisik ko no pita kaw tao katakto na ang ako na kayo na may. Kayo na may minister kato'y vilagayik ko nun. Kayo na may ikanayaki ako. Ikayo sa'yo katakaya kang nang may tako. Isumalaw tigibak ka. Akitunin nga akitok palayan ng ilo. Pita ka ibalangin na kaya kang ng ilo. Palisik ko. Isumalaw tigin na kakit. Tusa ko tigin na sa wakilo-ilo nun naligne. Tusa lang sa mga itiaraman nun naligne. Amis yung inasa ko yun palisik ko neng. Kanulimatya pila kakatang mata palisik ko. Tayo may ning ano. Nanasiya kaya katu. Kanuilagay ako tiksa kaya kang neng. Asit nun. Tiba ko tigiyaw yun. Kamagiyaw yun nang mata. Tako ang iglibali ako nakalawak po. Tama ni yellow knife me. Piga titilaw mata man na mangulaw to akago kasaw yun eh. Palisik ko na kayutik sa ni pila kaya kayaw walelak to kaluan. Akago tama ekato'y vilagayik ko to ni sa katama ta si vilak pao dyan ako yung ining. Kamagiyaw ko yun palisik ko nun. Tako alun nun alay si vilak pao dyan ako katawlo to palisik ko nun. Kayo na may minister apak ko tayo kausikot. Minister ako nakpapalay sa kamnayang. Nunat siya mayaw la tao katama piyo nakpater na piyo sa kayaw yun atok pagsute kayo na may. Minister katuwi bilagay ng mon kayo na may. Adjiging mata. Amerika may unalina ko sa mga mata ngayon kakayaw na ito may palisik ko no wag ulay tamane. Tayo may lingang ito alaw at nuita nang sa kata ko yiyugot. Unik ang sa kata ko yiyugot. Unikate hattaqeaqarningin saqqiyumatitti hattaqeaqarningin qanuiliorpang ninginning. Tak oliki ujutik-saqaluakka quyunnami apeqqutiuqausikkut. Maligaleutti tabaatsamun. Ministauqarunnarpa unikate hattaqeaqarningin iiqartoqeaqarningin ningillo. Atortau yunnarpa atortau qarunnarpangi atortau ningikkuti tamakkua eqqartuivileriikkunu minister. Quyunnami unikkaatiakkannerunnarutik iiqartornginersauqattaqunnarutik piusivalerutauniusatuinarmata 22 ngungmata sivullerpautiauquyausimayuun ammalu anjiliorutiqasuungulersutik timinginni pilerininginni eqqanaajarninginni amisugasaullutiklu qausartauqattaqeaqartuut Palisikkunnu unikkaarutauqattaqeaqartu eqqanaajarviktinnuun katimaqatigiyauqattartu inunnulu tukisiayauningin apeqqutauqattartuut palisikkuut pijutaullutik qauimaqattaqeaqarattaqanuiliorninginni palisikkuunnunalingni saqqiyumatittittiaqattaqeaqarmata Inuli iiqartuqattangilluti piusiqariaqarmata uqaqatigiyauqattarmiyu palisikku teimanneiliu qattaqeaqarninginni teima uqausiusimagaluartillugi palisikkut isumaaluutauyuni tusaumanainnasuut palisikkut katimaqatiqarnersauqattaqugaluarsuguit nunalingne teimaigajuimata sulipilerianguvalleeyuugaluatamakkua apeqqutiuqausikku malagaleutti tabaatsamuun minister kiuyunnarpa pilleriuyuni oqaussiriyausimangmangata attarnartuleriyikkuunnuun nuitanersauqattaqullugi piusiqattiерnersauqullugillu iiqartunginnersaunerming aturunnarningi quyunnamiuqarti minister eqqartuivilerinermuun isimaaluutigiluaqaalungi takkaliitamakkua palisikkunnuun takkua uqaqatigivallianginnaujaqakkiit eqqanaajarviktinni uqausiuvalliaqattainnasuungummingmata tamakkua quyunnamiuqarti quyunnami minister apeqqutiuqausikku Inuvik Twin Lakes quyunnamiuqarti uqarti apeqqutiksaqartunga ministanganu kiinaujalerinermuun nunamiutaleriikkunnuun qatsit nunatsiarmi eqqanaajartiulerpat 29 uneqartaulaumata taakkuanalunertaujunnerpa suliyuugaluarmangata ministermuun quyunnami kiinaujalerinermuun minister January 31 May 31 ngulautu eqqanaajartu silataanin nunatsiap 0.4% inniitu eqqanaajartiuyuning angayuqaariyauyunu angequtausimayuatuagai pigialaunginninginnisuli apeqqutiuqausikkuut maligalerti Twin Lakes quyunnamiuqarti ilaannikkuut tamakkuo qausiqaqattarsimangmigakkiit takvani maligalervingmi apeqqutigaqattarsuit asianunuuttaqaangami eqqanaajartiuyu 31 nguyuni aullarsimakutaaqattarpalluba aullarsimakainnatuinnasuunguvalluunniin nunatsiarmi qattaquyaugaluarpalluunniin Canada Victorsimaniungingaartuuq kiinaujalerinermun minister quyunnamiing ikayurunnarni eqqanaajarunnarniang nunatsiap silataani atortaugayuittamarialuuvoq kisiani soorlu nutaqaqaruti aanniarvingmiigialingming Atok tao kayo mataman na ila miniglew ni tako gumayud. Ang tao kau tigisungong ito kalwale. Ikanayak tiyo kasi ano ako nang miyo kalwa kasi ano nunaliw pa kasi ano ako ti Yellowknife sila tani. Aksong natunang ito akpangak tao katang mata. Yellowknife miyo tao yung magutik. Kanaya ako maguti Yellowknife sila tani ang tao katang ito. Malagaliw ti Twin Lake Moon. Kayo na may okati. Kayo na may kayo katang maministaw yung. Isi magilot yakta kanikit yakta alo katang makaw yung mayuya makigbapak ko tigiyak kanig. Nunat siyab ka pa makungin. Nunat siyab miyo tao ngito no inuk tao ko nang mata. Atuli ko yale ako tao lang man. Akit tao ko yaw lutik. So luk tu ti ilogo no wang nagyak. Pidyo tao ni ano ang kasi mayaka kalaw mata. Kano ilang na ang matali. Nunat siyang mute ay nunat siyang mingin na tilugit. Ang tao si mangitilog ay kanaya tati tao katang mata. Nunat siyang mute tao ngitun kayo na may.
Thank you, Member for Inuktitut, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the member's quite right. This certainly speaks to the experience we've all had during COVID-19. But this was something that was considered even.
Ila no wang nagyo akalaw tinagulo na isa magsasiho tao katalaw mata. Kanaya tulagayik uta ko nagpalalang mata Canada may. Maligo magatigo kanaya tulagayik ko maligayangin. Inuit ikakatta ko lugay kanaya taon na na matatamani. Aulat TV sila tani Victor si maningin nito ni. Ato kang mata nalunay ko nakasutig lumalik tao yakayaling ni ta emailing ang yakayaling ning. Adjilo tao katak sutig lo kanayak veulo kaya nang ito nang inisa katitiyo manang mon. Ato kakutik maligag sa kalang mata aksulonin. Take ko akalunani chute kanayak titaw si mayu Yellowknife minunat siya milunin. Aktok tao yun na diang ito kalo kasi ano maliga ka lang mamalik tao kataka kang nelak tao manaw yung. Kaya na making ang lakpay lagay ako tiksay malagalaw ti Inuktitut Twin Lakes. Kaya na may akati aktok tao na yung mata inuin. Sakyo matitaw yakaya kang mata puy ko akayaw ngiluteng. Ato akayaw yun. Unik alang ini. Tako yung manakto nga kanayak sa inulit. Nunalig miyo taong ito na kayo na may kinayalaga ng mga minister. Kayo na may gavamak ko kanayak tingin ni katudya katigay ngoyot. Ito kasi kaya yun na terto. Sila tahan nilo na nunat siya ubalo na utak takat taon na titaw yun. Kakitaw ako, tako yaksaw yuksaw yukalot. Ito kasi nakapagay yun naktakak. Isumaliho tao lang pata, kanuhiliho tao lang aningin. Malagalaw ti, Cam Lake Moon. Kayo na mayo kati. Abi ko dik sa katong minister nga nun. Anak tulagayik ko no si Bulang may abi ko dik sa kakama. FASD mo aktok tao si mayo na imealong mo. Singay gayaw ng inni. Hikayutik sa ni, kau yung majutik sa ni klune. Kadak siwisong ng mga ta. Inulagayik ko, anak tulagayik ko lo. Kayo na may. Apirit taman na. Ami siwalong no, simalaw tao katang man. Nasa utakatugot. Kausak tao katang ningin ni. Kasi ani, inulima ko tigayaw yun. Kau yung mangita ba kano ilang ang mga ta. Ami siyong mga talaw ni kanong. Nalaw tao si mga mata. 8 gini na sigayaw katakto. 1,000 tamak. Ilang ilomi sunak sa ulute, ilang ilomi sunginak sa ulute. Te man, nasa ute, kano ilang ang laking na kayo, pisimangin natikot, kano luki o karningin ni. Ilangan ni pidyo na kamata. Kausak tao kata ko yung imata ilanik ko. Kausak tao ko yung imata na yo at tao yo kitong alit. Pidyo na kang nang may kangunang ningin ni, kanguyaw ningin ni. Isumaksong mata, kakunang na kakunang inyang minglo na yun, kayo na may. Malagalaw ti Camlake, kayo na may. Nuna tiyak may, tayo may tutung itiyak doon. Takunak suwi sila doon may. Kangong nakiyaw yung makalong mataman na. Ukaw siyo katakotek. Ikayok tao wala kong nakalawang mata. Kangong iyaw yung nirdumi yung naklotek. Tayo may malaw. Ilaw yun. Takuno nga ikayok tao kong nakalawang mata. Ikayok tao yung manikotek. Maligalaw tiyan na tulagan ng muno, lagan ng mula. Kaya na may. Tusang ni makitawa pa kotek iyait. Ilita kayaw mga alaw na ikaw yung mangin nama. Kiyo jutik sa kangin nama man na uyok. Kau yung mayungay sa malutaw yung kalawat. Kasi na kau yung mamakingit yung kanulang aning-ining. Ikayong nilialo kaya kalawakil na kau yaw yun na ko titamak ko. Kaya na may apakotayo kau si Camlake. Kaya na may suli yung makayalo taman na. Ing mineo ka ko mayo kasi aneo ka ko nang mata. Amaloy kayo tao ving taling mita kaya kakilote kayo tao yung magote 2022 may day may ito kang na mga kasi na kawi yung manerto nga. Inulagay kunuhan na tulaga ng malo minister yo ko yun na mayo kate. Ayaw na ako takatugo may nga FASD nuwang naktiyo ang ayaw na tulaga ng mga imelo lagay ng muluak tuktaw si mayo no takalaat. Iglukot ka magiyaw biksang ikayok daw biksa may ang mata. Betsa ko milo Fort Providence milo sa katitiyo mayo kalawat. Sita maong mata agago me ikayok daw vayo katatut. Kasi na ulo may mutikilo 25 ngini mata. Inang noon, FASD katuno, upaktuwi si mayot. FASD ni kaway sa taon ng inoy kayo tawing noon. Tako yung manayak tigo tamak ko. Kayo siyon nakulugit. Piloto may awla ko na si Jumi gote. Kayo na may ilagay ako tayo malagalaw tayo nga no kayang like mo. Kayo na may ikayo suyo na yato na yakanayat ita kasi kayak pa kaitek ko na nga ikayo tawing ni sa katitigot kayo na may ministraan na tulaga ng maon inulaga ng mulo kayo na may ito kasi mayuyalaw ka ma kamag-iaw katalangan ng FASD ni kayo katato ni neving ni inong ning ilita kayaw si mayo na kawasak tao si malutek. Ako si Oteo mata. Kawigatiakan na kung nagtiyata ka taman na yung nangikalawang mangan. Kayo namin. Apakoteo kausiku, yalo na ifong nanganon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the Minister of Health and Social Services minister's statement today, she mentioned that the gap between what we pay our nurses and what other jurisdictions are paying is closing, and we are one of the only jurisdictions in Canada that during COVID-19 did not give recruitment and retention bonuses. But one line jumped out at me is that she went to FMB and got approval to give those bonuses, and then in consultation with the union, there was not agreement to provide that money. My question is for the Minister of Finance, who is responsible for that relationship. Can I just get an explanation of what is going on here, why we can't pay our nurses more money? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the labour market supplement was something that we didn't have before. It does provide a tool, given that the collective agreement is the bargaining document on which all of the salaries are based, all the recruitment, any recruitment bonuses would be based, the total package of salary is based. So to go outside of that, to offer something extra, we had to create this labour market supplement that would give us that proper tool or that basis on which to do that. In that policy, it does state that, of course, still the UNW remains the representative for all of our employees. And so before going ahead and doing something such as a labour market supplement, we would consult with them. The policy itself speaks quite clearly to the conditions under which one group of employees would be offered an enhancement to their salary. There's some fairly specific parameters that it's for certain conditions, particularly when there are shortages, particularly when there's great need. For instance, also that it would be the kind of a position that goes to health and safety of the people of the Northwest Territories. So when we apply that policy and we get to a certain point, we then go to the UNW. Unfortunately, we weren't able to come to an agreement. They took a different view as to what might be appropriate or needed in the circumstances. Again, you know, Mr. Speaker, they're there to represent their people, and we are doing our best to maintain that relationship. We'll continue to do so. And as the Minister of Health detailed today, there are many other avenues by which we are going to continue to pursue an improvement for the morale of the staff over in the Department of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize that the minister, you know, probably there was some negotiations maybe going on or still ongoing in this matter, but I am still looking for a bit of an explanation of how this did not happen. I hear that we got a labour market supplement. Somehow we got money out of cabinet. Never an easy task, and we wanted to pay nurses more money, and the union said we will not let our members have more money. Is what I am hearing. Can I just get a clarification from the minister as to why they said that? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to speak on behalf of the union. That would not be appropriate. It's a relationship that I have a great deal of respect for, so I'm not going to come back out and detail what their own reasons would be and be certainly seen to be speaking on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, we are in a situation where in the course of a pandemic, we have held firm on not having cutbacks to our services and not having cuts to the public service. But to do that, we are running a lean operation. And so to be able to be offering any kind of additional bonuses in salary on top of the existing collective agreement, which does have increases in it, unlike some jurisdictions during this pandemic. In order to do that, we're running a lean operation, Mr. Speaker, and there's only so much we can do, and it's going to have to be narrow and targeted, and that was the position we were attempting to take here. As I said again, Mr. Speaker, we're not done looking for ways to continue to improve the system for nursing staff, but we're just going to have to do that in a different way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question is for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment, who seems to have the lead on the management of the Cantong and Mactung properties. When I look at the list of creditors, I see that GNWT is owed $5.528 million from this operation. Can the Minister tell us how much North American Tungsten actually owes us, for what, and when we expect to recover that money? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can go and look into the specific number the member is quoting. On my understanding is that when the GNWT purchased the Mactung asset, we did so, and that became our asset. Canada, of course, owns the Cantong property, and at this point, the two parties together are agreeing to market those assets as one, and as such, as we go forward, there's nothing more owed to the GNWT by North American Tungsten. So again, I'll double check to confirm if there's some misunderstanding on what's on there, Mr. Speaker. At this point, we're proceeding with a process that's well underway and in fact fairly advanced in order to see that the Mactung and Cantong properties are sold and benefits are accrued to the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Kayo na may ang ayoka. Okate. Kinajaksanik tausi majut. Kakitau yakku takunatau vekatut. Magtangkut kantangkulo. Kamagiaw yung masimangiti ang matami sugasaulat yun na yakagone. Ukakunak pa ministaw yung. Kano nakiwan ng mga ta. Asidyak tao yun nang ninginita ko. Maligalaw tayo minister moon. Kaya na may kati. Nang minakiyaw yung mata North American tungsten ko noon. Kamanalaw tayo. Amis yuning kabamaw yuning. Yukan kabamak kong inulo. Tamang may nun alito kay kabamak iyang ini. Kovenak tayo. Ukto ko yujute matur tau mata. Takaw lau te may matu yaw katang mata ukto view yun nakto sa lumasa yiw yun nakto noon. O kakti. O nga sige mata ulok siute ka magiyaw lau nangin no te may laki yun. Kaya makuwataw te kan na kumaluti tamakwa. Kaya na may apikuteo kaw sikut. Apikuteo kaw sikut malagalaw. Kaya na may. Magtangkut, kantangkut. Kangatasuko 7,500 kilometer may mata. Ako tikulo asiagot. Aulatiyo katak si mang mata. Malaga kalutok titaw gatik. Pikuting ilo. Ang ako tawagakan ng naming mga takingunego kawi yung mata kama. Kayo na may minister. Kinoyalagan ng mo kayo na may. Kiyukaw kama. Nang minangayaw mati ataw sa mo ataw si utitaw kutay sa malong nang iman. 31 ngini matapi mayaw yun no na mutain. Tako man na yun no nalaki ng mo piyaw na sugningin. Canada pila katigi balalak tabot. Pila katigi lugit. Tukisinang nang sa kulugay malo. Akili kalagod jibang ikalo mata. Nuna tiyakme. Tay may liwa yung ikalo mata ikayong nakakun na tiyaktot. Tamane. Kaya na may minisda ilagay ako tiit. Kaya na may okati. Kaya liya ka minisda kiyo tiyakat tamad. Kantangkut. Aulat titiang ito makalo si mang mata. Nuna miutaning. Nuna tini kantangkut. Magtangkut. Maligalaw ti frame lake moon ang maluminista kinaw yalaw ko tiksanon. O kati te may linga yumililit akin na yung inakit. Titira kaya kang mata sila kano ilang nakasimayang ining. Unikala yaning. Piuyo ko ng mata niya kutik sa kayaw yun naningin. Ang ikot daw lang si mangitiw kaloy lago ni kutik sa ulang mata. Adjigingin ningi ang ikatigi ko daw yun na iliw kalaw to. Akik daw yun na silaw mata. Tay mening ano pila katigilik tigot. Kingulik pa kayaw kulugot naman na. Nalo nang imat. Tukisibala kaya kalaking natigon. Dako ka magiyaw ng ini. O kausiw ka nilang amiyo tamakkuha nalo nang ito dagwan ni maligalaw ng me. Apakote o kausikot. Maligalaw tayo mga tuwi moon. Prinaming o kati. Iliqqusilerin ermi ippigusutsiaqattariaqarningin qinnami malagalertiimmaat fuimuun iqqanaajartivuut taikkuanaasauutiitukseqaariatiit iqqanaajartuleriut nunatsiapku avamaakkuunginni ammaluigluleriirtuakkuni piariartauvallaajaqaaqarmataa nunalitoqai nunalinginni qinnami apeqqutiuqausikku malagalertiimmaantuimuun isumaaluutigigakku takvuuna oqauserngauteqauyaqkani ilitariauqattangimatainnuin inoqutigiyavu qallunaujaqunnaginningin iqqanaajartiit tukisinartiitseqattariaqaqaluarmata suurlu niuvertiujutituut pitsiayusainnagiaqasuungugaluarmata taimaitauqattangimata inoqutivuun qiyinnami taanna pillarialungmi saqqatittiimmaa qiyalimmaqiktara igluleriirtuakku cooperation ngittau taakkunangaat tukisittiartakka nunaleqalaarmiutahungmigama oqausingi qallunaujartu ilaanikku tukusinnangittualuuqattarmata ammalu tukiliurtauqattarningi contract nguyuangeruta ipiaqatunanginnuun nalunartualuuqattarmigmata tukusiyauttiaqaaqarilluting igluleriirtuakku piyittiqattiakkannequllugiit inoqutimining qinnamiimmaatuimuun neriuktunga immakkuninga qallunauyusuutoqaungitillugiit ikayurtiqariaqamata tusaayiqarlutigluunniin malagaleurtiigluleriirtuakkunnuun qinnami ilapimmarialuungmingmauvannuun pilereariahuvallaanginnartu tukisiyaujaqaaqarningin igluleriaqarillutiin qallunaangungittuna yamisuunersani iqqanaajartiliugaluan taakkua oqauserigiallakkannerniarmiyakka iqqanaajarviktinnu tukisimayauttiaqattariaqammata inoqutinginnuun qinnami oqatti qinnami ministaakingullerpaaq apeqquliksait qinnami igluleriirtuakku tusaayiqasuunguyuugalua oqauserngauteqangittuna qallunaatituornerming qinnami maantui malagaleurtiigluleriirtuakkunnuun taakkua piusigiartitaunniarmiyuun ilitariaujaqaaqarmingmata innatoqai nunalingni tamatjauqattarmingmata oqauserngauteqarmingmata qallunaujainnangimmatattaung piittiqartauqattarunnariaqarmingmata tukisinartuutitauluti iglulerinermi tukisiyaujaqaali malagaleriyullu tukisinariaqarmata nunalingmiunu piluartumi qinnami oqatti qinnami apeqqutiuqausikkuut malagaleurtiideitsaumuun qinnami oqatti Kijutiksait March 29, 2021 me minister noon oqausiusimang mata mannaujooq pullatortuni umaqqusiurutiksanik pallianasungmata parnautiksait pullatortunik atulertitivalliangaarutaujunnermata orsualuktorunneerutaujunnertuni oqarti roll cobwebs good utaqqingmata perummarigmata utaqqiyukuluapiuyuguakunaalu kiujutiksanik ammalumaannaujoq suuq pivalliajoqangiti ammarigmangaataakku kamagiyaunanginni tusaqomattaqama igluleriirtuakku cooperation nganut minister qinnami Tukisittiartunga aperianginnitatsuma igluleriit asinginniumaqusiorutiksartaarunnarnermining piusigiarutiksaujunnartuni takunagiaqarmata pisimagamauvani uumaqutiksa liurutiksait kamagiyauviksaliugalol pengaangunaartumi tamatumaniaqaaguiyumiuqarti apeqqutiuqausikku maligalirti ideichaumoon qinnamiuqarti uqarti qiyyortuurtuni igluleriirjuaku atuqattarumalaujummata uqquusautiksaunirmu akikiglivaalerutaujunnaneartuni akilerialinnorsualungmun uqquusautiksanuun neriuktunga tamannau maqutiksaleriyyuut sanayauqattarunnariaqarmata suurlu simiktirutingilluunniin suurlu qiyukni iseqalisimayuniin uqquusautiliurunnaqayangimmagaata ikayurunnaqayarpaqqai qinnamiiminisla igluleriirjuakkunnuun qinnamiuqarti tukisittiarmiyaqa taimannauqallaktoq uqariillauqaluarmigamaa iqqanayarviktinnu tamannauqauseriyaukkannerunnangimmangaan saqqatitauqaanilausimangman piiterartaujunnermangaan aaqiumatitaulutiglu aulataulutiglu teikko oqausiunnialautuugalua pullaturtuni uqquusautiliurutiksain ilanginniu atortaulermata tamaaniyarlunaif miunuun illataariyuminaqaluarmata taakkua perutileriirjuakku sanayaujunnaqiarmangaata uqausiuvalliaqullugut piyareertauviksaqarmata tamaaniyarlunaifmi aqqaagumi sanay uqauseriumanearmiyavu tukisinearumallugu perutileriirjuakkunnuun maligalerti ideichaumiunu qinnamiuqarti uqalauqaluarmigamaa pinasuorusiulaurtumi tautuariyauyuut pigiartittiyumaneqailaurmata taakkuninga nutaaning piusigiartittiyumayuugalua sanayausimayunnartuning sanayautittiyunnarniqaiqattarmata taikkuninga aturunnaqaluarmata qiyukturunnartuni siqalisimayuni uunartuliurutaujunnaartuni imarmuun iqqanayarvingani contractkuurutaujunnaaqaluarmata qiyuktuurtuut seqalinik uqquusautiliuruti ubaluunniit uunartuliurutiit ammalu kiinaujaliurutauk aperituinnaka innalaurin contractiujut taakkuninga kinakkuuvan qinnamiuqarti iqqanayarviganut utiqutigiyaqaaqarniartakka apeqqutiit nunalingniilinniarutileqineq takkunaktauqataujunnaŋikkaluarmanga apeqqutigiyunnarmigakku ammalu qauyimayauquyaqataarivunga igluleriirjuakkuut maannauyu Canada-ugavamakkunginniugtuutiksaqartitaummata tukisigattiakkannerunnarmiyakka qanuilangammagaata quyinami apeqqutiksanainaarlugu qinnamiuqarti 18 minutes inutikinnata uqarumayulimaa uqareeqqaugmata uqarumayutuulerama uqauseqaqqagu
contract or
Kau sa kakauman. Contract yo ataw sirsana yo kataw nang nenganita magkunenga. Tay mali minister yo kau sa kakunak pa kau yo majutik saneng. Cooperation iglulagayag yo ako noon. Kanayak titaw yun na kayang mga lokaw yung magama ko yun na may maligalaw ti decho mo ko yun na may maligalaw ti minister. Iglulagayag yo ako noon. Kinaw yak to kay kuti o makutitulu. Oksualok to ko taong ginaksaw yun lo. Pisi mangin na kinasaw tinga kanuiling nga nangin nito kasi ko kaya tuwin na ko yun na to nga. Apakote o kausik ko, great slave mo, kayo namin. Asi nga ang ini, pero tila kayo dyan, minista nga, pero nakataka. Prohibition Creek, ako siya daw, wiksa nga ni, uktok alaw ma. Tu kasi magamaki tulor ng ino, sana yiksanik daw si mga mata. Kaya na may pakutik dyan, sana yaw ng ino, minista. Kaya na may Prohibition Creek, tayo na tasir, cook, ikanayat inon. Kinakutaw law to alawa 2028 mo sana yaw yakakang man. Ikanayat daw yakalik, magoy lakang at itaw lunayong man. Canyon Creek may Christina mo tikilugo, sana yaw lunay. Amalo. Christina Creek, may Prohibition Creek, mutikilo ni ay pa nga. Sana yaw kaya lisang naman. Tako, tay may nga kalaw tako man na yo kayo namin. Apako tayo kasi ko malagalaw ti great slave mo kayo namin. Minister ko nakpa. Matuk daw na ang mga contract kasi una ng mauktok view yun nang nangin. Ako si Hotaw Luting. Kaya na may kanuli sa laksakto kakayak pa contract ang natuning. Pero terdi ala ka nang masanayaw si Mayunon lo. Kaya na may. Ayong itaw yakali. Ako siya na nang may. Contract yu nasukto. Ito kasi nervyo nasukto. Pigi ako nakulogo. Apakot ako si ko great slave mode. Kaya na may kati. Sa kalitaktaw ko ng mata contract iyaw yun. Pigi ako tiginang sa yun nakulugay. Kasi ani. Pigikit tuning inon man na yung 2028 mood. Sana yaw yuk sa mga yaw mata. Kinaw yelo sukay ng sa galaw ko tapit akay na lang abaan. Canada o gaba makungin ning aton. Kaya na may pakutok di wala ka ng mo sana yaw si Mayun eh. Kaya na may. Takwa kayo siya kaya ka makimata. Sibulak pa o diyaw si Maya kaya kang ningin noon. Contract yung mood kinaw yala ka ng mood. Canada luga ba makungin noon. Ako nagtaw kaya kan nakulugit. Kinaw yak sa nagtaw yun nang ningin. Taman na si Bulak Baujaw ko yung mapim makayalong makayo si tita o ko na makikto. Kayo na may minister. Tingulak pa ilagay ako great slave mode. Kayo na may okati. Ako tinga maturtaw pat. Tay kung nga jaw yun ako makpo nga maturtaw pa ako tikuta. Kayo na may minister ilalagay ang jaw ko no. Kaya ilagay alo. Na pivalo ilagay alo na ako siya tao ko ni. Makansi vali may ako tikutaksak. Kaya na may. Apakoteo ka sikot. Titakatigo apakoriksay. Kiujuti titakatigo apakoriksa nun. Kiujuti kami sinaw kausingin nun. At ilir daw si mayutuk sa kauti. Sakit daw ng ititakay. Minista kinaw yalaga ng maon. Wakati sakit iti mayungaw ko ng napi nga sunay ilagay ako tegsani. Number 3, 2021-22. Ilagay ako tiksay. Number 3, 2022-2021-2022. 22-23 ni ako tiksay ng mupang na tiksay. Ako yun na may kati. Sa katitaw ng ititakay, malagalaw tita batchamon, kung na may kati, sa katiti mayunga, the daily, to sa kaksangin ni February 16, 2022, kung nagtawalo,
in the police.
nunalito kay Luzuli, yung song ningi palisining, nakunak duty tao katang ningin luy, kayo tao katangin ningi kao tamay no sang may. Sa katitaw ng ititakay, kau ikaw ti, pigatit tinerneng, pero yung ako tin. Pero yung ako ti, kau ikan ni, pero yung ako tining. Sibulok pa may kalamang tao ko yun ay malagak sa neng. Sibulok pa may kalamang tao nang ipakoyaksay. Tuglok pa may kalamang tao nang ipakoyaksay. Katimaya isa magsasayo ta kam nang malagalayan ay asing niglo pijira kato ng Bill 23, Bill 29, pero yung Maligagsak 38, MS 20219 brackets 2, Sakatitaw yok titakak 561 19 brackets 2, Katimayit, pero yung mga ako titigot, tagbo na, pilakayang ako yaw lakpot, tako iksibaw taka yaw leni tumilik sigatsik, mutak.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish?
Katimayagala, isa magsasayo da kang ningin na kanoy tumavisi, malagalaw ti frame lake moon, titakalik 561-19 brackets 2, kinaw yat tuksay 2022-2023, pekotil diolagan ng musa na si mayunailin na tulagan ng mulo kayo na may iksibaw taang. Kayo na may katimayagala ang akpan, kayo na may nukangagay ng natugon.
I'll now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 561-19-2 main estimates 2022-2023. And we are doing the Department of Infrastructure. Does the Minister of Infrastructure have any opening remarks?
Yes, I do. And someone took them off my desk, so I'll just find a new set here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Kayo na may iksibaw taa, kagatuyo yung Olame kagatuyo yung 2022-23 kinaw ya tuktuk side sana yaw si mayakaling no pekotelere ng mon kinaw ya tuwa ngayot $278.8 million in nito neng Tako tuwa ngayot kanayak bingano sana si mayulagayine pekotelagayine si bulak pao jaw kullu ya kanoy leo tiksay Tako ilakang nertut 2.3 million nginito neng 1 million niyatok tuwataw yunik 270,000 nginito neng nunalig ni mitak bilaki ng maun 478 may ukiukod au yakulo nigane Malo 135 nginito na ako tikota ale ako tiksanay North Levy me Klicho milo ako sa utaw na ito ni tako na nakataw may 7.9 million nginitun. Ilakang na mata $7.6 million mikino yalakin ni pulalong namang ito ni pulalong ikutaw ito ni 165 nginito sila pa si Jok Palaning anon 2038.
Other adjustments include a net increase of $6.5 million, which includes a $4.7 million adjustment to the low carbon economy.
2.7 million nginito ni 2.9 million nginito ni ilakang na ito ni malo 2022-23 may akiataw na ito ni Amalo mikilitak tao kulugit 304,000 nginito tamako kinaw yatok tuksay ikayutaw na to 19 gayaw yun ay malagalaw tipilakak sa kayang inon kinaw yaksay nunatsa may mitak bilaki ng motora ngayon makutitong inaksaw yun nato napakot iglo ko tigayaw yun lo ako makulugin Kanayak bingane pilginer mata 2030 mutiki umayuneo makutidungin ng sauna tuning amalo makutiligayiko katudya katigingi pila katigiyaw yung maluting tekolo ilagay ako taong mata puyok lulew ng sauna yung natuning 2024 makakaga mutiki umayunin Yellowknife may mitakbig may Pidyo takam natin 20 no akago no kanoy leotik sa kamningin noon Kino leotik sa nutukangan natin ng ikanayak vingat tao 125 million nganiti tinami yukinaw yaning atok sa nunaling noon Inga kayo lagay ikon no pekot ili ako tiksa no solo kiokot ako siyong nang mo piso kayabit sa no sanayaw ningin nun. Ayaw niya sa yun na ng mulo kino yali ako tiksa nigun na ng mulo. Tako ang utako tagaw kate kayo na may minister. Maling niya at magpigangin ni Kaya ko yigawit Ikayoktigayaw na ako sa kay nakin.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, will you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With me today, I have Mr. Steve Ludit, Deputy Minister of Infrastructure closest to me, and Mr. Gary Brennan, the ADM of Regional Operations. When we get to the Energy and Strategic Initiatives activity, Madam Chair, if we can switch out Mr. Ludit.
Just remind me when we get there if I forget. Okay. Thank you. Committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity summary, beginning with the asset management, starting on page 239 with information items on page 242. Questions? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm looking on page 240 under transportation, and during the 2020-2021 actuals, there was quite a significant increase to the cost associated with transportation. And then that number has now come down again for the main estimates for 2022-2023. I'm wondering if the minister can speak to what caused that large jump in the actuals for last year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. The travel had a variance. The surplus is due to less traveling that occurred as per our COVID-19 restrictions. And the decrease is the reduction in the supplementary appropriation.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My next question is in regards to utilities found on the same page. I noticed that utilities is not seeing an increase in the 2022-2023 main estimates, and given the increase that we have seen in all costs, especially utility costs, I'm wondering why there is no increase to that line item for the 2022-23 main estimates. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'll get Mr. Brennan to speak to the details.
Thank you. ADM Brennan.
Madam Chair, yeah, so there's no increase here. This utilities is for our mobile equipment. The utilities budget is actually sits in regional operations under the main estimates. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to move on to the next page, page 241, which has Decho Bridge opportunities at $200,000. And it's described as a grant for the purpose of creating community benefits and economic opportunities related to the Decho Bridge. And so I'm wondering if the minister can speak to what that $200,000 affords the people of the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the Decho Bridge Opportunities Grant was a 35-year annual grant that started in April 1st of 2013 under what was called the Community Operations and Involvement Agreement. So the agreement was signed in 2010, and Infrastructure has an agreement with the Fort Providence Dega Bridge Limited for a payment of $200,000 annually. There is no funding criteria, rather a set payment. So the organization provides Infrastructure with annual financial and operation reports. And this funding is used by the Organization for Cultural Wellbeing, Education, Training, Economic Development, and a small portion goes to admin.
Kay na may minister. Apakot pa, pakot iaw la tao nangin nun. Takungin na ma. Magpigang ano kay na lauta 240 moon. Pekuti la tao nangin. Akitiyuti 9 tao si maluti 2022-2023 $16,593,000 mitun. Kay na may. Magpigang sawa. Kayo si Valelang mita 243 meter moon. Tukusinak tao si malute. Unikar tao si magmata. Aula tao yut. Page 244 malu 245 me. 244 mo kay nakuta. Pero tadyo aula tao ningin. Aula tidyo tiksaya kiliw tiksayit. 9 tao lutig 22, 23 me $7,989 nginitut. Ang ikpisi. Kayo na me. Kayo si Valelang meta. Kawi mayita kayaw yo asi juk tao kay nakunak pa nautuktuye.
All right, so
O makot ilagan ang mod. Page 246 magpigangan ni. Kinako mga tao kasi kay na ko mabigi kayotin. Kayo namin ikayoktik ka. Robert Jenkins. Tugli kayaw yok pila kayaw wala yun notarnod amalo. Ay pangaw kasi kaya kayo ba. Apik ko dik sa kapisikat imayulo siyo makotilangan ng magpiyati tao li sa ako mayunulo. Maligalil ti great slave moon. Kayo namin Tana, ang iyo halong makinaw yung minuti lutaog man. Takulugin. Apik ko dakakta nga pulaliktong na sa yun nang ning-ining. Ukso luwin ito kalong niya ito kung nirlut hindi isang mo nakataw katatuning. Kinaw yakakan na kaya kang matak lubak yung kanong tayo may lingatakan. Minister pa ko ito yolagin ng moon. 2006 may 40 ungata ni iliw kailaw matata magkuningan. Ukso walugtungin ng saw yun eh. O makutili ako tining. Kayuk to ni si kalayo ning. Agaga may 4.38 million liter ning kata ning. Atungin ng saw lutaw na to 750 tons ingin nito ning. Kayo na may malagalaw ti great slave mo kayo na may. Apik ko dik sa kami yung okay tato may umakotiliriyik ko atugak sangin asi Diyos si mayuyang iti mata si kami kaya nga kinawayak sa niktaw kan na ko nakaluwang mata ato kaya kang naming mata tamang ko kayo naming Okay, tato may umakotik sa liriyik ko. Kinawayak sa tati tao katang mata umakotik sa liriyik na mo. Amalo umakotik sa saktungin na sa yunon. Ikanayak bekato na Yellowknife may Hay River, Inuvik, Wati, Fort Simpson, Milo, Satu, Milo. Amalo. Wati 5.2 million ungatane pititawik sa kasuti tamane akago may 2021, 2022 may 6.6 million nginit niyaw yuk samaan. Tukisya yuk kinaw yay ikayutik say tuniyaw lang aningining. Pilo katigin na suti ko Canada ka pa makungin. Malagalaw ti great slave moon kayo na may. Tako nagsugit. Umakutiksadutit tiavaunaksain. 200,000 nito ni sila si magalawakata. Tay may liqailahpaat. Nuwang nagyawak pidyo daw ni ano balon ni sunamon. Kaya na may ang na minister. Akituyutin cap kun niyo kaw sa kakpadan na. Akay. O makuti atong nginaksaw lutik sa ngining. Minister pa ko tayo alaga ng mo sa nayaw si mayulaga ng mo. Mr. Jenkins, o kaw sa rigala ka na nakotangin. O makutik sa ning atong nginaksaw jutik sain. Kaya naming, nagsibaw tao. Tukasiti galakan ako mayo 200 ang watana ningin kinayak sa Minister. Kinayak sa niktaw na mata. Piyakakang ningin ni malikluting. Kaya namin, malikluting great slave moon. Taman na tukiling. Ovatin ni kinayak sa siyang nalaki o balon ni kinayak sa kalagirpan. Aka. Malilti great slave. Nalingin niya pero ikaw galawa ka maingo yung akaw yung ituming. Iman na Uwagoy na ulutay kanayak victim ni kinayak sa nagsinertagon. Malagalti great slave kayo naming minister sa katita. Nunaling niya tayo yun nang nanginoy kayo tiksay. 2021 mo. Atok tayo yun natitaw lang mata. Kinayak sa nagtaw ka na rin nang nangikamagayaw na mayutay may tuwa. Kayo na may iksibaw tao. 1.5 million ni sanang by views si Mayukino yan ay kayutik saning. Ang jiging matakino yak sanik tao katang ningin. Nanituin nang. Nunaling niya jiging ituti yun 1.45 million ni katang mata. Kino yak sanik tao na sugumayot. Ukto te kimikota katang matakay tao yut magwata tao lute kagumi. Ujok tu tsaka kakata. Atong nakakang ningin ni tamay ni tiyana naliw yun Ilang iluta ko nakatang megatigot nunaling ni Sol makwa. Pilang excited sa kauti nunaling ni kayo sotaw ningin. Kino yelo amek kugiyabon. Kino yaksanik daw yung nakatang matakano yung ito ako titagbuna. Kino maiksi bauta alanain. Tako ako siya katang mata kasining. Kino yan ato kata kasi. Ayong ningin nito sa kayo kata yung ningin Piusi walekan na kung nakalawaming matatuk sa kautik sa laki yaw katak tiutatatikalin. Kino naming. Minister. Apa nga nakak ko, Mr. Jenkins, kayo kulo ko, ikanaya kayaw nang inakaw yung mataan na. Mataan na lo, apa ko rite valo na suyak ko, kayo na may sibaw tao. Ikanaya kakakta uno na ling nipila kahatap tuning. Ang ayok kakayaw yun naglo. O kalakatap tuning nuna ling noon. Amalo. Isulitaw biksang ini unikar veo katatut. Amalo 18 ini tu nunaling ni kadimayakalango yut. 1.5 million ini katato kanigiyang ini. Kinaw ye uta katang mata. Ilanik ko atok taw yun na isingin nang nangin kasi ano kayo si teatro makalaw katatut ako. O kayo nakataka Ikayo suyo makalo ninyo naling niya yung ito kulugit. Tulita me sa kanang tukto me kauma kudik sa leo ta kaumata. Kanayak viksin nili isi magsaksiyo ta kasi mag-ibisiya singin ne kanayak sana yaw yun nang may yun ino naling ne. Piyo yalo matatakwa. Kanayak tao yun na ng mga malo. Puyok luliyong inang sa ulo tao yun na ng mo kayo namin. Kayo na may pakot ilagay di ako. Kayo na may ang nagsibaw tao. Tu kasi mayak ko asingin nun ali sa magayaw ng kain naktuwalo kasi ane. Tamang ito mo kaunang ma Mr. Bennett. Tuglagayaw yung Brennan. Piyakir tao si mang mataman na yok. Utak kayaw to inalak to kinaw ye kaya daw ka ba makungin nga kayak to. O kasi ulalak to Fort Good Hope me. Tay ko to ulutik o kakatigay palalang matik. Kinaw yak sanik daw yung mayokak patik ko. Kinaw yaituk sa ngayon nang mayo kaya na daw ka ba makungin. Dana, kinguliw na kakawya ka lang. Apek ko sa kakad na kama. Unang ningin ni Decho sila nga. O ko sa udik sa laki ng mo, makudik sa laki tao yun nang ningin nulo na isa magiyaw mangata. Pero tilirayak di ako sana yaw si Mayuning. De hecho, may sabi ka yalo nga ita ko nagtawal lelak tiyo galawat. Tu kasi si mangitak ka na kawi mangitak ka lo na kawi manaksaw tu nakakama Mr. Brennan. Kaya na may Mr. Brennan. Mamaya ng Mr. Jenkins. Noon na may ako sa utik sa leo tao yun nang ningin. Kausak tao si Mayot pilakayang si Mayot. O kusa kung nakutaw ningin. Ayong nakayang yung mga kausak tao luting. Ayong nangin lupila kaya mo si malakti ualo. Kayo na may akate. Iksibaw tao. Kayo na may ang naiksibaw tao. Si Wuliapik ko diksak. O makatulirik ko na itako kama. Kamagiyaw wala nang itamak ko. Nuntaan ni pigati tao wala yung mayon eh. Akit tang pala ito inatilugit. Aulaw tili makuha bicycle. Nangyakot yung takahon ng mata. Tama ko, ulo yailik ay lagyak tao yun ng mga takaw yung matala may gama. Kaya na may iksibaw tao. Kana yatik ka, apiri na yatik ka. O makutili o tiksaw nga ako natunig. Mr. Jenkins, kayo yun na natuksaw yun. Taman na, isa magiyaw kasi udiyaw yun ng mga Mr. Jenkins. Kaya namin. Ape ko rin sa tiyabalok. Okay, tato may makotilirikot. O kakatigiyaw lang matano nagkuti tao palenang sa yun nang ikalaw mga tao law tiling ni battery taktuning. Asi nga niglo nga katutaw nga ako naktuning. Battery ko tuning. O watino isa magsaksiyo tao yun nang may yutamak ko. Ikayo so tao kataw si mangming mata si Bunego. Ano kayo namin? Hey River Nigano. Ano kayo namin? Tanaliwan na tawagan ito.
Business support
Wagali yung ginawa niya. Atok sumay ang kakatanga ma. Ilaw tutik sanik si kain na kun nang ilatin. Kayo na may minister pa ko tek di ala ka ng mon. Kayo na may si bautang. Pila reksay pigati taw yung maningin no mamena. Kayo mayot nang minakatuning. Ikayo taw na suksuti. Makutik sanigutik saksi ako nang ningin ni. Okso haluk tungin ang saw yuning. Uktutik ilugit ako nung ay kayatik ka no kiyo yautin na taka kayo na may Mr. Jenkins. Kayo na may uktutik saning ikay ngiti akama kati mayimod tusak tao yung mayunin. Tukasige ako nang takalawa ka ulam kayo na may malagalaw ti hair ni ganon. Kayo na may iksibaw ta. Makutik side, iglulangan ng mon, maligain. 190,000 ni mata. Nuta ako kaya taw si mangilalita ko, makaw na akagong ninayong ni. Sana yaw kaya lilo akito palerangin nun, pekotilo. Minister, sana yaw si Mayuno, pekotinon. Makutik sa tinod kinayak sa'y tayo mani. Amisiw walautot 119 ngini 150 ngino tikiw mawalautot. Pila katiga katatabaw kayo tatumiw makutila kayakot ang ikakatut. At tulak ti pala ako lugi. Okso alok tungin ang sayo yun natuning. Asi jok tao ko nakto, ami siya kalawak tiluwi, ami kalawak mata sana iyo yun nakto. Inung no atiliw si Mayuno, asi jek ko iyo, okso alok tungin ng sao yun nakto na. Kaya na may malagalaw ti Hay River South, niga anoon. Tan piyo along man, kamag-iyaw yaka kamakito. So, luhuk to tigilugo, Hay River may. Pinasa ko siya sa alaw itong ni makong ni katsitaw sa nang uluyang ni kinoyak sa niktaw lang matataki ka sa una ito noon. Amalo ko na nga piyak sa kakiluta. Makotila kayikot. Takok sa utit tila o kata 38-21 mil out yun 5-8 mil out yun Pero kung diyola ka namang minister, kayo na may iksibaw ta. Nalingan na yung kalimakawin. Ito kasi kaya nakak ko magpigaang. Mr. Brennan, kiyo ko nakak ko. Tako na nga. Kayo na may iksibaw ta. Sita manuhak ako no kinayak sa kakata. Atong nato na yang utik sa noon. Sa walog tungin ang sao yun ay atutik sa noon. Ito ka ngayon eh. $4 million na atong inang sao lutaw yun nato na makaw na yakagong ning. Utak ka kataklo si kisena o kakuti si ikitaw yakangan. Kaya naming. Malagalaw ti Hay River ni ganon. Kaya naming si bata. Ang malo na ako sa kayo malang may kailin nato. Akirato to yung may halok to na yangi. Ako to naglo. Ikayutik sa kamata, ikayutik sa karivatolo, ang ayanang ng may, ang ayakata ng mata kung nero mayuno ikayutik sa noon. Tako ay linerti yung mata, akirato yun. Ang ayato na ako kata ko yung ituning. Ikimagayong mata, taman na, kau imayugod, kinaw yalayalong iman. Kasi Ilinnaartiqutittinniin aquqattaquyinginnik umuummigatta imersimayuning ajjisainna palunginniin apeqqutiqaqqooqaugaluarmaikayuutiksaning Mr. Jenkins unikkaariallakkanniquyunnartaraa asitaqakkannerunnarmingmangaata tamakkawasinginniin Quyinami Mr. Jenkins, quyinami tukasinattiartumi apiriyoq ila ilinniartiit imialuksimayuni aququyaqattangimmata aqutiutaarunnaqulluuk illu imialungmiglu angayaarnaartuniglu atornerlungnermi pitsutaqartuun Heiravernigaanun quyinamiiksivata kingunnianittao seqinertirtumi ummaqqusiurutining takuyarani oqalimaagarni asinginniktao pilerinasukpaasorlu ummaqqusiurutinngоrunnartuni anoriturtuni sorlu Great Slave tasialoani anoqagungmaan tamakkuaquluya isumagiyausimagivaan quyinaming iksivautaa umaqqutiliqinermu toraagaqaqatta angummayaqaaqartattinning aqutikutaangniklu utaitsuumi sanayauyaqailingni takunalauqaluartugu anoqiliurutining umaqqusirutiuyunartuni kisiani Kiinaujartuutaungiluarmat. Kiinaujartuutautiangiluarninganuun. Kinguneagu takunnarunnaqaluarmiyugu asingaanginniing. Uumaqqusiurutiksaning. Isumaksarsiurutiqarunnaqayarmangaata Mr. Jenkins. Quyinamiing. Apirilauqatta ikayursuurtauyunnarmangaata. Nauterturtauvallianginnarmata 15 ngulertuninnunalliit nunatiarmi ammalu Norman Wells mi qauyiyauyuut naamangilualaumata anoritortunig uumaqqusiurutauyunnartuut taimaininganu kaisutitau yumayunni kainalaupun Malagalutiid echomoon. Quyinamiiksivautaa. Tusarnermaat pullaliktornersauyuning 2000 inni pallaingmattaikayuutiksani nutaani pigaartitauyumayunu toqaangayun. Taimalikiaa. Asigiyasinniktau piyauqattarunnariva kiinauyait suurliigluleriirduakku asinginniilitsinninngaarunnarivaan qinnami malagalerti piquterjuasanayausиманингинну qinnami taanaapiqqutigiqqaummaguattia
And I provide
igluleriirduakku ministangaapiqiqqaugakku Kiuyunnaqayarmangaakku aperiaukallakkuma pilereqatigaqattartavuut fuatinginniimmata katujeqatigillugi igluleriirduakku pilereariausimayuut tamermi katitsugit uumaqqutitunginersauyunnartuning atuliquyauqquyigatta iqanaayarviqutittinnittau Malagalutiideichaumun. Nunali takunangapiyunnartuun. Pititauqattarsimava, pititauyoqarpakinakku nani.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we have done a lot of projects in the Northwest Territories. You look at some of the schools that are built, all new infrastructure buildings. We create.
Tamami nutanguyut pileriyutit. Salumanersauqattarmata avatittinnuun nunatinnulla puyerluleunginersauvangmata kiinaujarning Kinoyak sa nasingin ni pinasagundang mayuot. Nunatsak mo toka nga titaw yun natuneng. Kaya na may iksibaw Amisuni yo kasi walang matatamak ko puyok luleo ikutaw yuning. Mako sa otik sa yun natut. Tingin ni palay yun na ilo kataw lao mata. Ilin na tulay ikunulo, na tulay ikunulo. Iglo ko tigiyaw yun atok taw lang mata. Seven ngung mata Victor si mayune. Atok taw katalagtot. Oko sa utit. Puyok lulew nga nasaw yu pigalaw yu mako na kagulaw tunig. Naingulak tuloy, iglo ko tigiyaw yun. Sana yaw walelang mayo puyok lulew nga nasaw natin na umako sa kang natin. Kaya namida chamot. Tu kasi takaw nga nako kano kang mga kanayak vid nalingong mga tao kaw sa rigmagit.
Government departments.
Ngava mako kanayak bingin. Ngava mau yun lang nun aling ni.
Thank you. Member, Minister of Infrastructure?
Ilagi yaw giba.
Jenkins to see if he can speak about some of the partnerships in the bill.
Mr. Jenkins, unik ka ako kinakon ila kang mga ta, sana yaw ng ino, tamag ko, Mr. Jenkins. Kaya na may iksibaw ta? Atugag sa tao si Mayo Kakpok. Nung nalito kay ka pa mangin ni, ukto ko taong mata, ukto tunod, tunayaw ka taon natot. Sa kinakto ko natot, kayok taon natot, sa kalitak tao si Mayo na ako sa utinod. Kayok taon ni gutsin ko ni, nunaling ni, adjigingin mata. Kinoyak sa nagtao katatu, kaba magkuno, amisuga sa adjigingin mata. Malagalaw ti de chomon. Iksibaw ta. Amisung mata. Kating akuluyak tuksaw yut. Nunat sa me o makutining. O makusiyotik sa atong ginaksaw yuk sa along me. NTPC ko si Olo makutilagayag jokot. Atong kanaron nakasung mata o kusaw tining. O suwalok tong inaksaw lutaw yun naktuning. Takwal ito sa mangitiakak, ikaw yung mangitiakakit. Ito kasi natiakan na kung nakpa, kano ito kakakalawa mga tatakwa. Ito sa mangitiakak, ikaw yung naming. Ilang pilagayarilaw tavot, pilagakatakasuta. O suwalok tong inaksaw yun ay di, so tong inaksaw yun ay klo. Aklaving me.
We reduce diesel consumption.
Diesel tong inaksaw lutaw kaya lilaw tot. Tamang ko ka mag-ibalalang may yabugalo. Tamang ko ang umiyugalo. Malagalaw tiday chomon. Tukisinak siyo. Sa kanaktuhutit o makutahutit. Nalunayak tangi, te may lang ako mate mali. O nga bakayakta ang mapilirang ngoyong. Iglulagayang diyo ako no atulog tita wala yun nang nanganakin makawakaw gata. Ilagay yung miyutay ko nung ako yun namin.
Of Infrastructure.
Minister, pakutak diyo alagay ng mo.
The partnership that the Department of Infrastructure and Housing has done, we are doing that. In terms of MTS, I'm not sure what exactly the member.
Ito kasi nga ko sunami, kao yun na sung mga MTS ngoyo ilagay yung mata grant program ko nun.
I'll just retract that one. Maybe it's maybe steam.
Pulali kayo mayroon dyan. May nunaling ni gava mau yun Sana giakattarmi yang I retrofit ngunaqartauyu sana simayuugalu sana yaugiallaksimaningin. Kinau yatigui kayuqattarmata tamakkuninga 100,000 tuinakulungin ni mata tako anamak tugaluaqai nunaling ni gavamau yunun ikayutik saunang mon. Ay na may minister pakutiligan ng mon. Ay na may kiutin niya ako tukisi mayakot. Tukisi natiyakan na kaya kamataman na apirinata Mr. Jenkins. Kano ilaw kasang mga ata. Kaya na may Mr. Jenkins mamaya na. Uktuviyo katta kaya kang matatamak ko. Kaya makataw na ito. Kaya na may sigaw tao. Malagalaw tida ito mon. 200,000 ni mata kinoyek. O makotik sa akigataw jutik sa ngito. Tay malikay. At inaw kata kay Vano naling ni Gavamau yun. Minister pa katulyo lang ng musa na yaw si Mayunon. O ko Gavamay na nutuka nga koton. Ko yun na may tungiligayak Jenkins. Ikayutik sa akikayakutik sa sana yaugayakutik sa ino naling ni ko yun na may daitsa mo maligalaute. Tulita may sa kinaktiuti o makotiin. Apikotik sa kakawakin. Nunaling ni asingin niyo kaw sa kaktilugain. Kano akita ulaw si mga ata. Kaw yung masita ko nga kayo na may minister pa katulagayak diwa ko noon. Kayo na may iksibaw tao. Tako nang nakakit. Pila ka enguyot. Mr. Jenkins, kaya kiyo yun nakto. Kayo na may. Tungilagayak Mr. Jenkins. Kayo na may. Iksibaw tao. Sikinik tukto makuseuti klito me. Piyarir tao law si mayon. Maligalerti Cam Lake Moon. Kuyun na may apikutaw galakan ni kulugo taman na 2021-2022 may kinaw yang itay mailing ayot. Apikutigi yung manaktak ka.
That project's done. Thank you.
Kuyun na may itay kwalipiyakir tao law to maligalerti Cam Lake Moon. Apikutig sa kalang may yung apikurig sa kakama. O makutitong inaksaw yun eh. Nung natseb ka makungin. Nung nakuha kakati wala na sugna pa batuloy ito tuning. O makititaw kaya lakat ako na na tuning. Kaputak tao katalo ti battery ngay nung ulaka ngamin. 2022 may tema. Nung natseg mila kahit magkopi kaya titaw na yung iniban. Maligalerte. Utak kikay nakatakit ito sa yang umayakay kang mata ko yun na may kate. Ko yun na may sibaw tama may na. Pigatit tilaw to June 2020 ngutilugo batuloy ito to na nuna siuta kaktitika sa suta 5,000 ni kinaw yaning ato inaw titilaw to akiliutik sa nuna ko tino battery ko nakto nun kaputak tao yun nakto niglo to kulaka ngamin tan na piya to yo along man tamay nelo nuna tsang may atok to inaw yun na tsang mata nuna ling ni kasi ni Canada o ba makongin ni tuk sa kalaw yuvugot o makursiyo viksa ni kaputi viksa ni batuloy no makutik sa noon. Wala ko nagtawalangin ng nerto kay siditaw yun ng mga ta. Kaya na may malagalaw ti Cam Lake Moat. Kau makaunle ka mamelo. Kau na may mamelo tusa tusa sa kay nakama. Amalo ko yalilo nga utak tita wala lang matake na daw ka mamakungin na tuk sa kaute. O makusi utik sa 4 million dalangin ni mata. Magpigangan ita kulugit. Magigligay ataw sa mga mata po yung luleo ikutik sa atok tao yun nang nangita matumaniki na atulog tita wala ako naktumakalo tilog itamanin nun at sa may minister yung kaunak pa. Kano, inangihinel ang mga ta $4 million. O makusi ako tiksay. O suwalok to ko taong minaksaw yun nakulog. Ako yun na may pakatagdiwala ka ng mga minister. Ang umangin sa mata NCLF good. Kinaw yelog. Kanadaw kami makungin nga katato at jigay katangin mata. Atok taon ng sayo ko nakalawang matatak ko. Ikayutik say 25% tingin nilutik. 75% tingin nilutik. Lugama makunuto ka ngayon. Kau yung magata 25% timito na ito na mangilawang ningin. Ang malukinaw yan gawa makuning. Tuksiraw tao kan na kaya kang mata. Mr. Jenkins kayo nagkakailakan na kung natangin. Tana, kau yung minalaking man. Kinaw ye at utik sa'y. Kayo sa ko nakalawang mata. Tama ko nga po yung luleo ko utik sa'yo yung nato na kayo naming. Kayo naming sibaw ta. Ang katigi ko tao yung naksilaw mata. 2024 may ato unne kaya law tutamani akago may ato tume. Kayo si titaw yung mata. Sibon examon. Amisod. Ruktok bigsakat titaw mata. Aw yakot. Kinaw yaya tuktuk sa'it. Ilita kaya wala na lang tutak ko nung atukangan na ito. Ang malumakong na kanayang titake kakutik sa'it. Pita ka lang na mayo. Kawari yaw matatok tao yun nang nangitamag ko. Kaya namin. Ikayo sutaw tayo mata. Pero pala ko tiksangitamak ko nung nga. Ikayo suiter mega mauwa nga. Tako. O kausarikan na kumatuin na taka ikayo suinining. Kati maiyo katigiyakan na yun. Makutila kayo diyo ako nilo kayo tatume. Ikayo tiyo yun ikino yak saniktaw ng saukan na kung nakulugin nun at siyami kayo tao yung mayon. Apakurik sa'yo. Asingi apakurik sa'yo. Tako nangan. Malagalaw tayo frame lake. Kaya na may iksibaw tao. Magpigangan ni 248 me. Ang iyuti, kinayala ko diksaya kanayak bigyolo. Kinayak sangin ni tayaw si mako mataw ko atay man na. Sungo ko ako bakpak kubak utak tatualo tuwin na me. Kaya na may pakadilagayag jakot. Pero si wila ka ngayon may hadiging mata. Puyok luleo ko tawal leyot. Nakayo kayaw yot. Ukto ko taw naktut. Amalo, amisiw yun na kalaw tut. Kaya taw tiyakan na kalaw ningin nukino yaya taw yot. Amalo. Akit to kaya taw kan na kung nasilaw to. Kaya taw law sutik. Kinaw yak sa tati taw kan na kung nang nangikay si taw kaya kan nilaw to tayo may ninganon. Kubak tu katak tulo. Kayo na may malagalaw ti frame like mo. Kayo na may. Isimalo tigi ako tamanna kino kaisiti tau yun nang nengi uke otatume o makotilik no toranga yupilo atuming. Kino yaksakta titaw si mayu iniu yu yamata $1.65 million ning. Awatilig ng makino yay kayuk totuning atok ti chivalle ako yun ang mo makodik sa nun. Kanong leak taw si mayun nakpisi. O makotik sa lagayik ko kino yaksanik taw katakon nang ningin o kapilog biyo katak si magamay no kodik ka nun. Kino yay yakaw tiga katak nangin langin ni. Taman na lopak ko tiga katak si malugo malagalagwing may kuya na may. Minister pa ko tiga yung diyak ko nun. Kuya na may. Iksibaw tao. Kayon may minister tungilagayaw yo. O makotilagayik ko okay tato may sa magilaway tapagay. Kino yaksasiyo katalaw tiyo galaway kanayak victin ni kisiyane ilang kinaw ye atok taong ilawalaw mata. Tunaw kataw lilaw tiyo kayo tato may umakotilagayik ato siya katigingin noon. Makuna tiyo na ato utiksanik tayo luto kagong noon. Pibalengin na kaya kang mata, kayo sinakon na kulugit. Kaya makuataw ko nang mata, kayo sitiyangin na kataw tuwin na kaya kasuti. Kayo na may iksibaw tao. Kayo na may malagalaw ti frame like moon. Ilagay ako tiksaya, kayo makuha ko manakta, kayo tiksaya ko kulugit, kayo tatumayo, makotilagayik ko. Kato dya katigingin no, to ka ngayon. Sangukay na ako malakmay yung asya nun. O makotilagay na kanoy ako tiksaw na suktuniglo. Minister may apatilagay ko nun, na may talagay ko nulo. Apak ko tigilaw kalawag ko, kamagiyuyangin magit. Ngunit sab gawa makungin no, pigati tayo yumayo 2021 mo. Nalaw taw ng ilo, pulalo, puyok luleoy ko tayo yun. 2025 may tikik ko ta 25% ito nang may nakata to kakayaw yung galawanon tikiyuti yun nang neo 80% tingin nito along ni Suli nakataktaw yaka kamata puyok luleroy ko diksayok so alok tungin ang sao jutik saylo Suli valala kilakto kanu ilok pisiliki ang Ujok tu cernin no na tsagawa makungin. Ang umayakakangin ni silaw sa watik tawal letay lumayakakangin ano tako. Pagnaw tigiya kalawa si kayo si walengin mata, katang mata. Pekutak diwalagan ng musa na yaw si mayo na minister. Kuyo namin, kami sugasang mata, kamariwalen na yalang mayabot. Kano ilikutik sa lere si mayatin ni. Takunak daw katang mata kagoy pingasuin na yakang aming. Sivo wakataw ti kulugit. Ang iyo ti aluit. Tulu Talston may inoving milo. Fort Providence milo ako siya tao na suktut. Ang malok so aloy kuviyot. Okso aloy lo. Okso aloy atok tawal le yun ne ko tingilo. Iglo ko tigiyaw yun ne. Kaya may Minister Malagalauti, Frame Lake Moon. Takwa 2030 inni tupiyaw na suktut. Ang umadyangin mata. Tokaga kayaw yugalo ni ang umadyangin mata. Te may man. Akiyak daw luti ko balune ko yan ang daw siya makigluti. O makotilagay ng mon. O sa waluktukoy kudiksay. Kayo siti daw na ako di makuninga. Hydrogen lagi yun ay sa waluktuk ning inning. Hilin na kakalawang matatok tao katang ning inning mikiglitak tao kulugit. Atok tao katang ning inning aw laktuligay kunon. O yakan nervik kunon lutamang ko. Matuyaw ko nang mata. Ngumayaw yakakang mata. Kano hilingan na pala, kanayak bigaya siya, kagyak tao tiyakan na kulugit. Tamak ko, Canada limami, oksualok tungin ng saw na sa ako tao kaya tiyo galon. Minister, pa ko tiligir diyo ako nun, kuya naming. Apa ko tiging mag-id. Tako sa inay, o kaute nila kalawag ko, agakto ko. Na kami, ang umangilo walang mga takaw sa kaya kakata. Mr. Jenkins, unik ka ako na taka. Tukisi na tiyakan na kulugin, namutiki umanasong na mga takaw may 2030 may, kaya namin man na yung 30% in now to man now you 60% at ani to good. Kayo si Valela kaloso ta to kagayatin no so aluktung ng sa yun na nang. Ang iyuti yung sa pilagaya ko yaw yun. Akik tao guti atulakti tao guti. Tako nagtao na ito. Kano iliyo tao kan nakakang na mga tango manasong ng mon. O so alagtungin ng saulo tao yung natuning. Asing angin niglo at ako naksikulugin. O makusihotik sa nun. Ilagi yaw yun. Aktor tao na tulo. Takituin ng nami yaw. Tusang bigatang nami gatigon. Malagalang frame like mon. Kaya na mayo kate. Iksibaw tao. Ang umadyang itiyapto ko ito kagayatin niya yung naman. Piloto may ilit siya kano ilirotik sa kinasugtasin niya yulak si Matillo ta. Kaya daw ka ba makungin na kayo makuwak daw kasi. Ilagot. Kingun lang may minister pila kayo makalaw titaw yakakalaw ang irotiliron ng ningining. Tikiuti yun nang nero tato kagayaw yun kinaw yan ito niyaw yumalot tato niyaw at suli ang umangituon. Ang utidya ko nituon. Inutira ko taulak po, minister mon. Ang kanin yung nato, o kakumangin na tagwa na iksibarlo nga. Kinaw yan ikaw isakti unik karning ani. Ito kagakilaw takalawatin ni suli tikiutik nila ang initining. Tay mahilang alakat tay lisa kano ilikutik sa nagsimayasin nun. Apikutik sa'y umakutik sa'y kano ilikutik sa unangin nun. Takungin na pikuti kano ilikutik sa'y 2022, 2023, 15 million ang irutawaan. Katimaya kala ako yun namin. Nautakto iyuyok. Asi jilaw mili. Ito kung natunay kayo tinik.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Ayun na may itong asuk iti. 251 may pigyaw takam na tuot. Hey river ni ganon. Kaya na may iksibaw ta. O kao sa kakain na ko mayunga. MTS kuning. Ten minutes sa kakama. Tamakalawa ko makayanaw ni. Umerdyo ang katyutaw katang ningin. MTS ko nakataw yun. Itpigil lugit. Kinaw yaya ko tawal leto ng niko yun. Unik ka-view yung matuin na lakto nga. Nagayong nakakon ng mga atas ibo nagsaw na yung tami. Kaya na may iksibaw ta. Minister pa ko tagyawala ka ng masana si Mayuning. Kaya na may iksibaw ta. Umerdyo ako. Awla ko tagsaya kalik sa kabiulaw to 3.3 million ning. 2020-2021 milo. Sanaya walengin na kaya kang nangin na kanayak tik sa katyang ilo ang nangin nulo. Agsuruta o katalaw mata. Kinaw yaya tuktuk sa ikay vipalengin ng mata kay makawaw ng sa kawagakit. Tako na nga pidyo na kalutong nangin. Tako amigang nangin. Akilikin o yaksanik tao kataka katuwa kanayak viktin no lagay tao luting. Ame ako'y akilik sa kaktut. Yagay yaw yut kinaw yay kutit. Naliw kumak sa kakakang mata. Akilik tutaw wala yagay kakiluti 2.6 ming. Atok tutaw yun eh. 1.1 ming kilutik. Tako at agaylo nang ikinaw yay kutaw lautut. Umerdyo alagay ng mausiyo waktuning. Kaya naming. Takuyo yata kaw may kama. Ulak. Nivertaw law matapikot iyo umerdyo at NTCL kunne. Amisi walong nipikot ini niweng ulaw mata. Atok tao katang ningilo. Niweng ulaw tunalo ng suti. Kaya na may pikot ang diwala ka ng mon. Minister. Mr. Brennan, kiutin niya ako. Kaya na may. Mr. Brennan. Kaya na may sibatang. Ilak. NTCL ko pa ko tingin niyo yaw lautot. 2016 may. Amalo. Piko TV ni pito kaulo ang tut. Sakot tumang megatigot. Tako nang nertigot. Ato kumayatin ni piko tining. Kaya na may sibata. Kaya na may malagalaw ti hair ni ganon. Kaya na may sibata. Kau iyo matuin na luto nga kanuiliw tao lagalaw ang mga ta. Contract tao katalaw to. Contract tao titaw kanila nga bano tao kakataw lutik lunain. Kaya na may pakotagyo alaga ng mon. Tu kasi mayako no tao kakataw kan nakatalaw to. NTS kunon. Contract kanuiliw nga nangyay. O kausakay kayo nalaw lang Mr. Jenkins yung. Kaya na may. Mr. Brennan. Kaya na may sibata. Takwa. Pigasunod. Akago no contract ati tao katang mata contract ako sa alaw tangay silibig sa kato 2024 may. Kaya na may. Asi kain na ako malang may yakap. Apik ko tingin yakap. O kasi kayo mayak ka. Abraham Francis Kot. Tu kasi mayak kot. Then, umerdyo 40,000 kg mig. Ilita kayaw si Mangman. Inuving metal 64,000 ni kg ni usi yun nang nakataong man. O kumain na kang nakataong man. Ito kasi mayakon. Piyo naksaw lagayak to kay usi yun naksiwati 64,000 kilogram lingning. Ilaw kumain ni lingning. Ta nakayong nakayang ila sa nayaw kaya kanakon nang nang. Kayo naming. Mr. Brennan, kayo ko naktaka. Takwa, umerdyo alakayo lakaw yung malawang itakuluyakin. Tukasingin na 45 minga to may 65 mga kuyiyo yang ninganing. Kayo naming. Mr. Brennan, kayo naming si Vota. Ilaw kumain nga di kayo nga siya makigmata. Pale River mong hatang matakunga noon. Isimalo tigigak ko taman na ako si ulang may paksang. Kiwi ko nang ikalawang bata. Umerdyo alo, usa katang mata na nakukutining. Day ko, aputa ko na siya kaya kang mata. 20 to 30 feet late, takinilate. Ang igligay tao tikan na kumagalawa ka tigo, sinaksaw yun na kong luwit. Putalangin na kong lakay kakiluti yung mata. Taan na sulit teato, ito kasi yaminin. Ang iligay tao yun na ko kalawang man, o kumain ng sanayo, si yun na sa kulo ko. Kinawik sa niktitaw yun na kutap. Tay may liyo ko magalawak po koon. Kayo na may malagalaw ti hey river ni ganon. Kayo na may inuving mo yun. To sa titaw lao ka ma. O kakatigayaw lao ngito kulo yung ali. O kasi yun nga naipagsak. O kasi kakuluya kata. Pibala ko tao yun na ito. Nitay may man. Abraham Francisco, may diwangat. To sa ko minakayaktok. Tako nagtaw yun nakutik. O makutit. Atok tao nga ako nakayang yung mga tao. So alok tao nerlutik. O merdyo ata. Nalay sa magsasiyo tao si mabayak kanayak biksin noon. Tay may liw tao yung kakao nakayak tao yapaw. Si yun yung merne ko yun naman. Pagkaterdyo alaki ng mon. Ko yun naman. So kasi nginak ko apelya. Kayo na may, Mr. Brennan, kiulaw leo kayo na may, Mr. Brennan. Dahil na Abraham Francis, umerdyo nga. Kaputibi kasungungin ning ano, ayong nakayaktuk sa iyo, battery, tutuin na akong nang ning kasi yan eh. Tako nagtawal langin na akong nakilun eh. Amisuki inaw yay ka na daw kapa makungin ni ngatun. Atok tao na suun na tagsaw yu kinaw yak sa nego tao ng mon. Kinaw yay tay kang ngapiyaw ka tao naktugsaw mata. Tako na kung naktavon, kayo na may. Kayo na may si Vota. Tay ko at tao usiyi umerdyuat. Maligakati tao ngin nalimaming matatok tao yun nang nangin ni usi umerdyoad. Amalo. Nigil mo tao yun o kalunano nang inisa lumasak tao kat tao naming mata. Umerdyoad leo kung nakpitakay. O baliw ni pila kaya yun isa nagayat tao kat tao nakpad. Tako ko nagsugit. Taman ito yakat taman na yo kayo namin. Pagkatagyo lang naman kayo namin.
Chair, we continue to do retrofits. We do that with now with some of our ferries, and I do agree with the member that we do have aging infrastructure, and we continue.
Pito ka ko pala ilang mata umerdyo nalo nang ito. Tako nagtaw yun naktaw ataw sa main. tunga vile kula tahti tau yun nang ningin man na yo ayong na tu ako te sana gaya tau kan na katatuin nang luti ugaya kakayang mayon man na yo ko yun na miksi bata malagilaw te Great Slave Moon ko yun na miksi bata o kawasig sa lo at akapik kudik sa yuksaw lunelo yung kanayak view yun Piusi vale kutik sait tileo yung matuin nalikti nga yung kanayak yaw yun ako at limaw yun kayo sinakon na kuluwin kayo na may pekutiliriyag jakot at daw si kulong milyo na pinasigun na kaya yung napiksin ng tutal lima na yung natya makikayak to. At daw natulagay ng mapiliriyaw wakto. Man daw yung ilita kayaw walelang mata. Kami sukukak pala ako ng mata. At daw sumiglaw nipi yung nakulog ko na makayak to. O kakumangikalo to nga kasi pasiksiyo alo kaw gabay kanayak tiyo yun kakita ko yan ngayon lailo kaya alo kaw gabay mamego matuin na ito nga o kalaw ta kalakan ayulit siya kata ka ma ko yun namin asing epic ko rin sa'yo malagalaw ti yellow knife o na nga nun ko yun namin si bata takwa uwan mata o makuti ako tingit, o nga sikto ko, ako tingit. Nero kay mata siliksiti tao, kaya lakan na kakalawang mata. Kayo namin, takwa. Kakitaw yako, to sa makataw ti duty diyan si ko contract ngin. Nunat sa may makutik sanik tao si manatut. Kakitaw yako, kutik sanik. Ilinerving nilo. Kakitaw yako nga sikto ko kung naksivalya na elektut. Pingasurtar si matigi yun isang ginasawlag na elektut na Northwest Telco pitagay valya na elang mata. Nuta na isakitiri valya ng may. Kakitaw yako nga sikto ko kutik sanay. Kaya na may yalo na ifong na ganon. Kaya na may iksibawtang. Minister, unik ka, unak pa, nakikinaw yung takatang mga ta. Contract ako yaw katak tutumayin, ngini kataw na sa nginakin, nalo ng mata, kinakuno ka magiyaw ng mga ta. Kaya namin, ang naiksibaw ta. Kiyokulaw nginako. Kau yung makulog kaluwag na kamalo, tukusilisa ako, apakutigiyak yun na ako, TSA sikot. Pikutiligiyag yun ako, tako na nga kilagto katain ng mata, kasi ang iktaw katatsak tugo, kanayak bingit, akilagtaw yun nakulugit. Mr. Brennan, unik kakailakan na rin na to kay. Mr. Brennan, kayo namin. TSA sikot. Mamena TSA ko, kakitaw yalagay ko, kanayak bingin. Sulit to, akilitit na katang mata, atok tao katang nangin no, nga siktuk ko, tayo kakitaw yanon. Ang malutay ko, DCN ko ilagi yawin lutit ako no nga. Yung knife ang na nga nun. Kaya namin, ang naisibaw ta. Isi mag-iyakan nila. Nalingin no, kiluktok tao, alawa mga ata, sa kutigin ngita ko luwalawa, kakisi yan Kau yung matuin na kau yung akatsinin, kinoyalayo ko ka mga contract at titaw yun. Cute in nata ka. Mr. Brennan, kano ka mga at pilagariyaw katang ningin nutak ko, ako yun na may Mr. Brennan. Nasa uti pisimangita ka contract ayaw si mayo kanoy lang anang innon. Pisimalaro kayo kausari yung nataka. Titakailo na ito ng huti yung nataka. Kaya na may malagalti Yellowknife North. Kanupi si valaro tao nakpad ilinerbing nung tamag ko. Kakitaw yako ngayon na ilinerti tao yun ng namata. Ang umangit tula kaya lo katalaw mata ano na ling nakakitaw yako ilinerti tao na suktugaluan. Atok tao laki yun na kaya kalaking matatamanin yun na liyo yun eh. Kayo na mayang na iksibaw tao. O kalaw tigalalo. O kakatakasungung ito bell mobility ko ni Northwest Health ko ni Lunit. Ato inaw yun eh, tamanin yun at serme. Kamagiyaw kaya kasungo yun lita ako anang menekinaw yalagi ko kanayak ving ano government eh. Kayo na may. Tukisya yun na kama. TSC ko 30 million liw takot. Nuna siya gava makung ikinaw yan akilang tutak ko 32 million ni TSC kuno kakitaw yalagay kuno amaludisian kuno. Apek ko nakatung isa maging inakili Northwest ako tako bago ka na ilang naitin eh. Doon kasi nasukama. Ilinerving ni kakitaw yako nga sikto ko tigsay may na kaya kamata. Pero tagyala ka naman kayo na may iksibaw tao.
So I mean, that's where we're at now, and I'm going to see if Mr. Brennan can add anything further. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Kaya ko kayo nang nakakuto miliriya ka, Mr. Brennan. Kayo na may Minister o kakauman. September may magwatak si matigi yung may ilagay tao lang mata. Anong tao yun nang ningin? Ang malo 5 gigabyte niya ito kung nang titaw luting. Sang inilingning. TSC ko kakitaw yalagay ko kanayak vingane. Akilitit tijangin meyo ko pekot inisa na yaw ng inning. Pila kaya yaw walayo galaw taman na. Maligalaw ti Yellowknife ang nanganon. Minister, o kakokaw yung galaw, kinayalagay yung minister, mga pakutigiya kaya katak kaning. O watin ni akilitit tilang megate 32 million ning. Kanayak tinulo, contractor yun ulo, 20 million ng mata. Katsita ko na nga Northwest Health mga katapad. Kayo na may iksibaw ta. Sana ko tiliri lakalong mata. Katsinig nalaw tato naklo nga Northwest Health kuno tao katatunig. Apiri yung malakta ka kiuyaw katakon ng mga ato kisilaw lugit. Maligalaw ti Yellowknife ang nanganon. Ito kasi naglok si Mako, ito kasi nakayaktiyakan na ko yakataman na. Akilitit tikatang mata, pita kayo ningin noon. Akakang ningin no kayo noon at siya gawa makungin noon. Utaro na kiujutik sa ministeryo kakong nakiba. 30 million niya itong mga ata. Pinaming. Pero tagdiwala ka ng mon. Mr. Brennan, kiyo yun ng mga unik kako kayo ng nelang mayaka Oi, magtiti yung mga inata maligalaw teme. Kaya na may Mr. Brennan. Kaya na may iksibata. 32 million niya tugtugod. 2 million na kanayatino. 20 million. Pekotino kakitaw yaling no ilag sayangin no ilulego sila tagulo. Contract 30,000 si mayunulo. Lay sa kakakang nangin nulo. 32 million niya kilaktiwa katatugo kayo na may. Kayo na may iksibata. Maligalaw ti frame like moon.
Madam Chair, so I'm looking at page 253, and
253, ita ko nagsugo. Hilagyak daw si Mayo Kangman. Victor si Mayo ni, ay tu si Atariyaw yun. Kau iyo matelok may kamamako, kanaya ngo yun na ni mga ta. Pero kung lang ng moon, kayo na may. (2022-23) may ako tikot alagaya nga yakangan.
Compliance and health and safety specialists to ensure that we have compliance with regulatory as well as legislative and policy requirements. One is located in Yellowknife, the other one is in Hay River. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, so maybe I'll just start with the occupational health and safety position. Look, I love Hay River, but why is the position located in Hay River? Are there existing occupational health and safety positions throughout Department of Infrastructure and all the other regions? Why Hay River here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister for Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The decision, I mean, when we look at increasing positions in the regions and here in the Northwest Territories, we try and ensure that we do, to be able to look at things equally by region. And perhaps the decision was, I'm going to see if my Deputy Minister, Mr. Ludit, can add more to that.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Ludit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made that decision based on the fact that we do have an occupational health and safety specialist up in the Beaufort Delta in Inuvik, and we also have one in Yellowknife, so it made sense to have one south of the lake. As the member for, I can't remember which riding, sorry, noted earlier, we would like to get occupational and safety specialists in every region. We recognize that we do perform activities that need that type of oversight. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, you can give me a promotion. I think I understand something of what these folks do, and it is important work, and we have to make sure that there's a safe workplace for all our employees. But I just wonder how we approach this as a government. Do these people only serve and work with infrastructure staff, or do they serve other government departments as well? And if not, how do other government departments meet the needs in terms of occupational health and safety for their employees? So, yeah, I guess that's a question for the minister here. It's probably more of an issue of how do we approach occupational health and safety as a government. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So each department is responsible for their own occupational and health safety of their department. I don't think I want to speak to some of the other departments and what and where their occupational health safety positions are. I do want to note, though, Madam Chair, while the member was speaking about a position, the highway transportation officer was a request from the region because there were, issues on Highway 1, on Highway 3, and, this is a result of the communities coming back to us and leadership coming back to us to ensure that we maintain all the health and safety of the highways. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. I think I'm going to have to ask some questions of the Minister of Finance then when we get to that department about how our government approaches the issue of occupational health and safety across the whole government, because if different departments are having these occupational health and safety officers and they only serve one department, and it's kind of doesn't seem like there's a coordinated approach. So I'll just leave it at that. I'll have questions then for the Minister of Finance when we get there. But on the highway transportation officer, is this new position going to be serving the Tlicho All-Season Road as well? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yes, that's the plan, to be able to look at, but not only that, but to support the other position, and that's located due to some safety issues and regulatory issues. But if I can get Deputy Minister, Mr. Ludet to be able to explain, because I asked that question as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister Ludet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We made a decision, or we wanted to get this position in Yellowknife so that would support the other highway patrol. In Yellowknife is the only area that we have a single highway patrol officer, and we have 60% of the commercial vehicles in the Northwest Territories located. It does require two officers to inspect, and the Workers' Safety and Compensation Commission recommends 2 officers for patrols from a safety perspective, so it makes sense. We have 2 in Inuvik and we have 5 in Enterprise. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. Is there any possibility that this position could be located in Edzo? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we looked at that as an option, and that's not the decision that's going to be going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Well, I guess we'll have a discussion about that, but I think that's all the questions I have on this section. I'm just going to look at my notes. Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from members on programs and services? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 252, contract services, the actuals for 2020-2021 were $6,302,000, and then we go down on the 2021-22, and then down, everything else is down to 1.7 million. I'm just wondering why the decrease.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there is a variance of 4.5. 2.2 million of that is absorbed. The department had to absorb that as part of our MTS service deficit so that we can stay within some of our authorization stable limits. The other 2.7 that you'll see on page 252 speaks to the department had to observe fuel service division deficit so that we can again stay within some of our stabilization limits. So that's the decrease in that line. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
So my second question is, I don't know a lot about MTS, but just from the figures, and so the main contractor is Horsey or whatever, and it's a 3-year contract, am I correct?
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, that is correct.
So
thank you, Member. It's okay. Member for Tabacha.
I'm a little bit tired. So, Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, would that contract be going out for tender when the time comes, or is it going to be sole sourced?
Thank you, Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, that just went out in, I believe, the contract was just awarded in October of 2021, and it is for a 3-year contract. But I mean, at the time, that was put out for tender. So, thank you.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
So the next question I have is on page 253. You have 10 positions allocated for this coming 2022-23. The 10 positions in the South Slave, how is that divided? For which communities? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, if you look at
Ataw na kulong may lagay ataw si mang mata takwa. Sa kalikak taw si mavot. Ang iligay ataw lute. Makaw nilagay ataw lute. Sa 2-1 Beaufort Delta 7 Amalo. Makoy na lute. Kanaya kayaw yu ilagay ataw si mayok. Kaya na may minister. Ang naiksibaw tak. South Slave, may ako sa kakao kalawa ka ba? Kami suka sa akong matanaw na li South Slave me too. 9 ngini nakataw tako ilangan lo Hay River mo ilangan lo ne. South Slave me nakataw tako. Kasi mata Fort Smith me Fortress me Hay River me lo. Kaya na may iksibaw tao. Kaya namin, kaya mayaw ko doon kaya mayaw ko yaka. Tako, umerdyo ani ingat kayo daw waktuning, tuka ngayon. Kami si unak sa matay kanayak sa'y. Te may matakban niyang iyuvot. Takuyaw yun na tuwin na kulugay. Victor si maningin na kanoy lang aningin. Kaya pakulik sa kaunir ito nga. Pakulik sa'y pilagak sa'y piitakataw ningin nulo. Pitakang ngipat. 252 mo to kay nalaw mita. Pekadang joat. Pila kaya yu pita kaya luaw la taon ng inun. 2022, 2023, 16,716,000 nginito ang akpese. Kaya naming. Victor sa maningin niya wala daw yun o kay nalaw ta.
Page 2.
Magpiga nga na 254 may kaya majudik sa sutayak daw si maluti 255, 256, 257. Apak ko dik sa yellow knife ang nanganon. Kaya na may amisuningin.
Thank you, Minister.
Ukaw siya kay na kunak pa ako'y naming. Tanaw kaw siya kaya nakaulaw ta kalawa kay paksak. 400,000 ngini kasakton. Yellow knife ang nanganon. 478,000 kanang nipiyo mang maylaw na niliw kaw sa kakama. Mga tiya ni ato katanik kata ako'y naming. Pekadang yala rin ang mon. Apirin na suga katakak ko. $1.1 million nginito. Yellow knife ang nanganon. 500,000 ituk sa kalwa kasi. Kanga ulaga nga kagumi takiulik tira katangin nata. Kaya na may minister. Pilariyaw yakaling niyo kausililakayalong makaw yamangin nama. Kau yagana ito nga Mr. Brennan o kaun ng mga kanga siyo tayo kata takiulik tayo kata mga ta. Minus 15 mig, amalo plus 5 mot. Niglasong niling mi, no na tsaya mi. Taki o maili o kaya katakti ko ako titin nun. Tan uki ako si mayabaw aksuaro niglasulaw man. Yan na milila. Kaya namin. Yan na ifang nanganon. Ito kasi mayakot. Nung nalilima ka, lulita kayo lakto ibang ito. Kawi umatuin na ito nga kawi sa taulaw sa mga ta. Tana $1 million ka ito aluta kayo miniw pero te alok. Niglasong nakpat siya ng utilo kiukot. Atok tao katang ito le. Uang nakpasing miutaw lo amutay matigalo ato kaya kakasuging ikalo ang makalunano ng anak miutaw siutaw mata. Tamak ko atok tao katang nangin. Kaya naming. Tako at ay mga kimiko tao wala katay na sunguyo atok tao yun nang nangin. Awatila rin ang makto sa yun nang nangin ni. Toko tao yakakang nangin ni. Piyaw yung maningin ni. Akito ningi toko tao kataming mata. Iliw katao katao ng mata. Nung nakukutik ko asingin nulo. Nung nakukutik ko. Maligalaw tiyo ang nanganon. Kaya na may iksibaw tao. Apik ko tigit yaon lera ko takiyo lera. Takiyo lipaw yalog man. Atok tao katang ito ni niglasog na pa ni takiyo yun o yukon. Ako tikutang ni 71 million nilaw mata. Manaw yuko basir si mamata 3 million ning. Tako nagaya ko bigitay sumaninita ako tikuta aligit Akito pala ito nang nikong mataon lumimutikilo ko. So kami $3 million ka nakakakataba niya ka kami. Pero ito yung alagin ng mon. Kaya namin 2.5. Akilig sa iya ko tinutuka ngayon 478,000 takayong mod. Ukaw sa kisakta bot 263 kataksuin ng mod. Ikanayang tilimano ang ikatigi ko tao yun o. Yung knife ang nang ano. Take ko 88 million. Akito yung gawakalo ningit tuloy. Ikaw tiga lang nuluto ka ngang mata. Ang ikataman niya akong migot. Akito pala ito nakatang mata 60 million niya. Kilito kata contract tiyo yun ulo. Kawi yung magamakinak ko, contract akata mga ta, akitulat yan, kinaw yaliw suting. Koy naming. Adjigingin ningin, tako na yako bigay contract ako tao katakto ni line 3033 milo. 2.5 million ngini mata contract ako tao katakto. Akito ka tao katato man na yung pakotino to ka ngayon ulit tinitini. Victor si maningin ni. Tay may nga contract ang inasawlaw to 2021 may akago may nuwang nakjopi yun daw nga nun. Akittoqarut I $500,000 ni atortuartaujut aannervingani Hay River me ammalu 1.3 atortuartaujut aulatijjutiksaa aqiumatjutiksaat takuna yagusi utiqviuqattartuu maqutingi atortauju akiliiqattaqattiguut akilirtuqattaqattiguut akiliitittiqattaqunasuungugilluta Yellowknife-ongnaganun qinnamiiksivautaa apiqituinnernialermiyungauminga atortuartaujut contractiyunu kamagiausuut $69 million unoongmata atortuarutinu kiinauyain takkua contract nanimata $70,000 nginni Piqut illiqirtuakkut kiuyauttinnaartaqa akka kiuyunnaqqooqakku piqutirtua atortuartaunangi 44% aqutikkutaat aulataunangi 19% ukiukkuaqqusiurutit amisualuugmata ajigiingituguti Mr. Brennan kaikiuttearumayong tuksinartittiarlunagitaqqua atigu Mr. Brennan qinnamiiksivautaa Minister Sulio atortuartaujut 34 million nginnimata kiinauju illu aulatijjutiksanu aqutikutaagni aqutillu sanayauninginnuun aulataujunu ilagiyaugmata kiinaujayarutauqattarpuun qinnamiing maligalliorti Yellowknife-ongnaganun apiqquliksaqanngikainnartunga apiqquliksaqarnaarmayunga 25% inginniittuna pijjutiligning qoyannamiik apiqquliksayasingin aviktorsimaninginniaulataujunning maligalliorti tabachamun mittarviliqinarmiin 363 miittuni kiinaujayaatortuksain qinnamiing piquterjualiqinermuun siqalitertausimanangi nunali qanuilanganangi pisimanginnakki amaakkoqammata ajigiinginninginni 1 million nguyuni tusaumatitti qattanermuoqarnerluktausimalaumata piirtaularsuni asianunnuutaulilaarmaakikilligeertaulilaurtuuq ullukko aullaarutiksai mikigligeertaullutik mittarvigni piqutit akittoreertaulaurtuut mittarvigni aye qatigiigutauninginnullu iqanaayertiinu angerutit taakkuakitinersaujut akilirturtavut ilulillutungi pisimangitakamaannauju qinnamiiksivautaa qinnami malagaleortiitabaatsamuun qinnamiiksivautaa mittarbiliqiyut qaalertertautiakannernaarmiyu mittarviin qinnamiiksivautaa ministau piqut iliqiirjuanut tagmani qatauqquungimmatalitaakkuoqauseriati ingugalaktuugalo kisiani Canada-ugavamakkuunginnuakilirtauqattarmata kisiani aperinartaaqa Mr. Brennan unikkaattiakkannerunnarmanga piyariatumman nutaatsiamariullunillu pigiartitausimaninga qinnamiing Mr. Brennan qinnamiing Fort Smith mi aqutikkutaak qaalertertaujaqaaqammat
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
I don't have any other questions, thank you.
Thank you. Member for Montfouy, did you have questions? Did you have questions?
Yes, thank you. For the regional operations for the highway, active position here, it says for Clecho. This is it says here we're not part of the North Lake, this one. So I see that, Clecho All-Season Road is open now. And the last fiscal year, or this coming, 21-22, it's 9, and it's still 9 within the new fiscal year. Is that number going to change now with the all-season road open for that active position that's in page 257?
Thank you. Minister?
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. No, that's not going to change. That's the contractor maintenance part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet?
Okay, contract services. Okay. And so out of these positions, how many of these are full-time or part-time positions?
Thank you. Minister of Infrastructure?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 270 are full-time. There are 13 seasonal and no part-time at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, member for Montfouet?
No, it's, the highway from Highway 3, that's the most busy highway.
Tamanda, kuti-kuta, nasa utilipinga yoning, Highway 3 ng nakataw yo. Atok tao yung lakalaw katang mami si walong nutay mangan. Akito nang sa unay kasugilaw kalaw ako. Clecho, may 6% tingin ni. Ino ko tigiyaw nangin noon. Suga mitay may lingat takat. Naingin naw tako kanayad. Atok tao yung palo tilutay na ako tikutakalo. Apiro yung tuwin na lang yung suga may naing ng mga taasi wala mi sa walong neng. Kami sugunang sanay kanaya kasute. Kaya naming. Pakatugyo lang ng mon. Kaya naming si Bata. Kaway kaya nato nga Mr. Brennan Q yun ng mga tukasin nato neng. Pidyo daw nengin neng. Kaway ko gakit. A Victor daw si makatang nengin ne kanayak bin. Kaya naming Mr. Brennan. Kaya naming iksibaw tao. Tako nakata. Ako tikuta. Takiyo nga ni Maliksuta. Tibet Lake Moat. Stanek River Moat. Clecho Moat. Stag River Mick Channel Lake Moat. Fort Providence Mick. Ako tikut akut red knife kanigi yang dako anayin ng mata. Nuna tsele mami pili kayo yun. 7 ngine katang mayo ilanik kon. Tako na katang itabo inuy nanang mayo tao nangin nuna le. Ako tikut aylo na tsaya nga sa lumatitaw. Yaka kang mapili kayang ulo nilo. Maligalir tayo mantuwi mon. Kaya na may ito kasi ditaw ka ma. Tako luat ay manaw yo kaya na may. Maligalaw tayo ni ano. Ako tikot ulat tao nang inaw ka sa kakain na ko mayong kanibig jo akatang mano na siya may. Akaw ngiliw ko tao katakon naman. Upang ako. Pila kaya ngayon nakpat. Apo tayo tao kataka ka mga ta. Kayo na maing. Apo kinakak ko. Gary Mukiuya ko na taka akiti utiliriyuk sa mataman na Mr. Brennan. Tanabik ko diktevan makayalo. Imayay bagay katangin na takuk titakata sungong itugulo. Aw yako pala nga nakisya ni tayo mailing alaw tugo akane. Pitakang nasaw ning ulakat talaw masaw slave me. Highway 1 Milo, ako tikutaang sana yaw yung kakakalaw man. Amma, kuler yaw kakakalilaw mata. Kau sa tawlo tilo na kuku katang mangata. Amma lupiw sige taw kon lugay tamakwa. Kasi ita mani akagumi. Tay may leo kaya kang nakto yang ito isuli. Maligalerti hey river ni kung na may iksibawtak. Mitakbing ni. Ako ti kau mayuit. Kau mangin. Kau mangin. Asi jaga katu yang mata kanong lita kwa. Iliw kay view na ilagay mitakbing kau mangin. Asi jaga lute ko yun namin. Titikasi mang mata. Ajiging ituguti. Amisugasay ka mag-iyaw yun. Pila kaya kayaw lutig lo Fort Smith me. Kau imam makingin na ma. O kako mangipat. Nalingan na kau sa kang mga. Kiyo yung nakalawato nga. Kayo na may Mr. Brennan. Kayo na may iksibawtak. Kau yung mangin na kinuta ko kaya tao na mga takaw main. Fort Smith mili iliw kay violaw to nuta ni kau maning. Tamang ni mitakwing ni kau maid LED rotit awlaw to makutitong inaksay. Amalo takunak taw lutik. Manaw yo asi jagay kaming mga ta kayo naming. Maligalaw ti hey river ni ganon. Kayo naming sibaw ta. Tanaw kau sigsaluat ang. Mitawing min na mahe river me. Kau malaw ka may lamang ko kau mag sangungan ng ining. Kataligayo. Kau yakta ko na yakta kalay kanayak tingin no hey river me mitawing me. Kayo na me malagalaw ti. Yaw na niganot. Kayo na me iksibaw ta. Hey, river lang ako wesi weto kataw luwa ka. Ape ko tigilalak ta katikilawngin na kanin. Nangyayang ko mangin na ma. Asi nga ape ko riksayo ka siksay. Maligalaw ti. Wili da imod. Ape ko riksa kato nga. Akit yu tiksaw yuksaw yu. Alo akin si ane. O kumain ng inni, o kumain ng nerve kak mga ta, kau yung malang megama. Kaya naming. Kaya jutik sa kangiti akilo nga. Kaya manangiti kiyuming. Uti-utaw yaka kang nato kaya, taman na, kaya naming. Maligalaw ti great live mood. Dan apik ko tayo yung nangiman. O kausiw yun nakpan, kausak tayo katak si mga ta. Akiliti tayo katak nangiw siyaw nangin nun. De chow, ikaakvega o kaya kalakang aming. Nung ako ti, ang iyo ti nalo ang iming mata. Amalo. Transponder ngo nakataw yun. Atong tao katakilot eh. Akiliti tao katakto, ikaw tingin noon. Kayo naming. Apeng na ako, Mr. Brennan. Kaya ko lugot ako na nga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the member's comment, I haven't, certainly there is no work on the way currently to look at that system. A system was installed when the bridge was built, and
Kaya ko yaw nalaw ng mata. Piyon na ito kakayaliit. Tan na suliyok. Kanuing itu yang mata kakitaw yakku kisiyan kawig aksugay tu kisinasungong meng mata sanayaw yakali kawiyaw katang mata kawig akan na unang mayugon great slave malagalaw tingan o kawti yun na tiyata ka kano namangin na kamangata ako'y naming apat ko sa ako TVC pero teryola ka yun eh awla tao yun eh pitakang imat 255 mutsang ukay na lang mita Victor Simanangin ni awla tao yut na tao lutik 2022-23 miatok tuksay 221,649,000 ang ekpesi. Kaya na may katimaya 258 May tukasi jutik sa kang mayugot 260 mood malagalilti yellow knife ang nanganon. Kaya na may iksibaw ta apikurik sa kang nakama tukasi mayong minister ato kakayaw yung sa mataman na tali manuwa kagonon pita kakaya kang matatok 2 taon ngin. Day malu niya kiliksan ay unang nakangin nata. O kakunak pa tako ayaw ko tao yun. Ilangin nilo ka magiyaw katak si maluti tamak ko. Kisiani. Takwa ang katigay ko tao kasungilo atakat. Kaya na may iksibaw tak. Mr. Brennan, kiyo yun ng mga pirinakak ko. Unik ka akong nang masuwi kanayak vingin nita ko na nga pinasong naksaong ng mga ata. Kaya na may iksibaw tak. O kakaumat. Ito kasi natiyakan na ko yaka $25 million nakatanga. Akito yuti ni atok to ako taong mata. Atok to ako naktut. Isukakti tao lutik. Akito yuti ni atok to daily may nakatatugon. Tako nagtao katak si mga ta. Kawi si mga itakale. Kaya namin. Maligalilti yellow knife ang nanganon. Kaya namin. Maka. Ito kasi mayakot. Atok katatu. Ataw sumiti tao yun na yung mata. Ikanayak view yun yung. Ito sa kumin aktok. Ay Mikiglit tao yun nakalawang ming mata. Ang iyutilo akalong nilang ay kanayak nito ng ming mata. Mikiglit ako tao yun naktuyaki kakita na isa magiyaw tuwin naktok. Isa magsaksi ako tao katak si mabata ko nung ako'y naming. Ako'y naming si bata. Tako na yako bigay atok tao yun. Maligang ni maling mata. Pilakay ngo yakay lilo. Ikpigiyaw hatta kaya kasungog ilo te atok to nelaka nga may kanayak vingning. Pilakay katigiyaw yakay kang mata. Nutako kaya tao na ako tik. Piyo nakpango na ito ning. Isa magsaksi ako tao hatta mata e kanayak bigin ang tangin ning. Malagalaw ti uang na nga nun. Ikaw mata ka O kasi yung makalaw sa mga mata o makutilaw kaya kang iningin. Akikinnersaaqattariaqarninginni atuqiaqarninginniin qausartaulaujungmata asinginnit luusanajautittinearmangaata eqqanaajarpiksarijauniartuning parnaksimavaan qinnamiiksivautaa takkua takunangitavuut maannaujo sanajaujoqarataatialaumagavamakkunnu eqqanaajarviulertumi iyalunaiffmi teimeinninganuun isimaksersiuteqariaqaratta piyariaqammangaata piyariaqangikainnarmata maanna asingiapeqquliksait takkua isuanutikillugu takunginnama malagalilti frame late moon qinnamiing yellowknife mittarvinganik inaujaiikaivapalliajut akunakallaulertuoq kiuyaujumahattarsimakaluarama kiinaujarniatuqattaqullugu yellowknife mi pingayugiyaulertuqu contractiuju parnausiurniarma takvaniguuq taqqerilertattinni qanuilingajuni takujunnarniarpita kiinaujaniatortaunajartuning 22-23 mimittarvingmi tamani yellowknife mi ammalusunamun Minister pequtelieriartuakkunnuun qinnamiiksivautaa mittarvilerijjutiit kiinaujaqarmata mameanaaq takunnagasukkakkit $2 million nginni atorniartugut ikaapleriyuning Mr. Bennett kiutinniaqakku kiinauje qanuilinganinginning qinnami Minister Mr. Brennan 2018 ngulertuminin titeqqanik pisimayuguut akituyuut inutoqaangayuning 4 million nginniittuni akilertuilautugu qangatasuurning 2021 mi ammaluajorneersartauninginnuun pingasuni tallimanu millianning akituyuutiit parnautiksauningin atortaunearmata titeraartauneelermingmata taqqilluatauneartuming katimayeralaanu qimequnarniartuksaujut qimequnartauneartuksauju ilissinnuut maligalerti frame lake moon mittarviit ikittorsiutiit nunakkuurutiit matuernealermigattaa nunatsiarmiit pularatiilluut tikiajarnealerillutigungmata akaungiliorutiiq qaqunnangimmata mittarvigmi utaqqivig mikiyuutiunanginnu inugealuaktummaqaluaqattarmata iniksaqarpangimmata takkua oqausiuqattaraluarmata asijjertaujunнаралуармата kiinaujai kaivipallianginnartuut atortaulutit kiuqatarunnarumangmang runnarmangaakku aperilertunga katimayiujutaanna maligalertiujo kiuttearumagaluarakku qaujimajjutiksanit eqqanit tunisiluta utaqqittiarniartunga mittarvik angigligiartauqunallarilermaan utaqqivinga minister oqausiqalaummaan Kino ya leo tek salaga ng mo ka jigati katimaya kalangi pigati tao lang aneng inne. Kayo mate kaya kang mata. Pibig sa kang nasa yun nakulugit. Sana yaw si maningin ni pidjura kakto ni mitakwein. Katimaya kalalo teko. Unik kaliw lang si mayuya kati inong noon. Kano ilaw si manang mening. Maliga kati tao yu galo maliga yalingin ni ako jigati katimaya kalat. Kanu dokti tao katakpa. Kanu katimaya ko katakpa. Kinaku katimaya unakpan. Kingun lang me. Angutin na kuluit. Kau yung makataw ti yun napit. Ilagi ilaw mata. Katimaying inni. Tay may lingakan na ko yiniw sa gunne kamali. Manis daw kau singit. Koy naming. Ukto ko mayuni sa katitilaw tugod. Ukiyak sak. Amis walulaw mata ukto tut. Adjiging itu titiyak na yung inakalaw tut. Amma. Kimikawalaw katigod. Ukto tut. Ukaw tilaw tabo kinakko katimayaw kataw lang mga ta. Minisday katimayingin nun. Tunang ko tigilaw may yabot. Kigatok tao siya ko lugay at jiging ito titiya inuhin ang nailo, ang utilo. Ayungin niya kakakakilutik. Kau yung manakpok. Ayung ito tiyalo katalaw mata, ukto kataw law to, koy naming. Koy naming, malagalaw ti frame lake mon. Ministaw kaw sa kaunak pa. Malaga kang mga katimayingin. O bago malagalaw ta ulo tuwin na ulo tatako si mga itiya katato sa magatalaw, kinako mga ta. Koy yan naming, itiya. Itiya maki. Ukaw jigaw tao na yakto. Kino yaleo tiksan ukaw jigaw ti katimaya kalangin. Pang nautik sa nimitak ni kamayo na yung ming mata koy naming. Maligalaw ti frame lake koy naming. Kiyugman. Taman na ukaw siyo ti lugo kingon lang may maligalaw ti ulaw ti noon. Tamang may yaw knife mayon. Nakawalaw ng mata. Kinoyak sa niktaw ko yaw ngin ng mod. Yellow knife may mitakbik. Kigato yakag ngilawang ningin nunik kali ako nang ngilawang ningin nulo. Akik daw nasulang ming mata. Kuwaya na makiktok. Kingun lang may sibuliw law ta may mamenang. Ministaw tungiling ilo nang katimayi ko tilaw magit. Kawi mayi na tiyak ilo nagit. Pakatiyalago yan na ilo nagit. Tay may mat. Akiw makunakpot. O kaw jigi aktiw waktunod. Asingin no katimayi kalanon. Sakati tao luti maligalaw ko tao luti. Kamalo. Unik kati ang nasa ko yaw lutik. Tay maakaw mayakaya kang mata. Tako nagtaw yakaya ka tutaman na. Suli yung ilang kakato kasi titaw na yung magpot. O kaw sa kisatang iministaw. Kayo si tiyak ko ng mata. Pigay tiyak lutik. Hilang iktuin na kulungin lutik. Kayo namin. Apik ko tiyo yung may tusang ngitiyak ama. Katsiw yun. Takatsiw mata. Tusa yik. Pigiyaka kakatigo. Kalay na lang mata. 3 o'clock meaning. Nukavik sa kaktitaw yun ako. Nukagay na ako malakama. Apik yung mayuking liwlo na eh. Maligalil ti hey river ni Gano. Kayo na may. Okso halulika yun. Kai vipaleangin na tumikino yaksanik tao katang ningin. Alberta minga katang mata uksualoy. Uksualo taaki vaktavot. Tsunami pidjutakasusi Pacific minga tualong mitawang ngalong. Huwag nakpasialong may uksualong ni tikititakatakpisi. Minister Pekutakdiolaki ng mot. Kayo na may iksibaw taak. Apik ko tao lao ming mamaligalir tayo katao yun. Kiulaw kata. Ukasuta kayo majudik sa ipisi manginakit. Mr. Jenkins, kayo matuin na kaya likiutin na ako. Kayo na may, Mr. Brennan. Kayo na may iksibaw taak. Uksualong takatut. Washington mingatunig. Alaska ko katatunig. Ako tikot. Ungasiktualong miusiyaw katatut. Uksualo kautikko siyaw katakunaktu aloan. Anjing itu yun naling nun. Ulo kaya na ako ng mga taman natok tao nga kaya ko na ikaw isak tao nato. Mako ni akago ni country kakti tao mata uksualong may agjak tu iyo katang na. Te mga kikilip pala ko tao yun nato na ikpigo sa gasuin namon. Asialong ining pinasukat takto ato nakatatining. Kuyan na may Mr. Brennan. Malagalal ti Hay River ni gano'n. Kuyan na may. Ulo kaya na ako tao yun. Isi maging hikay naklugit. Nakutuin na tikitao yun nakto. Tikisak tao lute. Kuyan na may. Minister Pekutakdiolaki ng mo. Kuyan na may. Anjigik tuin ng matakingin. Kayo namin. Malagalaw ti Hay River ni ganon. O medyo akakalawaki ba? O siyo katatuning. Pekutaktuning. Ikayo kayak pa kay. Akiligot ako mayaw ng inon. Awala tao ng inon lo. Washington may ngangin lutik. O siyaw te katakluga kay Edmonton mo. Nuna siyaw te kutakot. Tamaw nga o siyaw lang may lutin. O suwalo kaw te along noon. Nuna kuhutik ko. Over the top may nga to ni Nilveriyaw lang to Alaska Milo. Akikinnasaw yun naktun. Mr. Brent, o kasi ikaw magitakot, Piuyo yaka kang mataw siyaw ng iyoksoloy. Hulo kaya nang itulot inunaling nun. Tamay nun. MTS ko, umerdyo ako, tao katang miyon. Tuktuyak to me. Pang nagsimalagto ang iyutiw ng sanayok sa alukaw tagining tukoy vakakulugit tawa ni ang iyutiw ng sanaylo asingin nino na lew yun ay tikitaw kayong nasaw yun ay Hay River ni ganon kayo naming iksibaw ta over the top ko taw ko take kanayak sakit yun naktut Kinoyale ko tiksaid nang minakatun sakit yun naktut. Tikisay viyo kataktunik kinoyale ko tao yun naktun at sayang mo yun eh. Isa mag-iyaw kasi udyaw katakibaat. Kanayak say sakit yun nang nangin no kinoyale ko tao yun nang nangin no lo. Kayo naming. Kau imamaking ito nga. Nalautaakon nakaluartunga kasi ni Mr. Brennan. Unikatiakan ng mga apirinelertaka akiliri yun eh. Kanonglo, okswalo kaptitaw ang mga tan nunatsermi unon. Kayo na may, Mr. Brennan, kayo na may eksivota. Tu kasi naterto, ukawsiriyate, ukawsiriyatalaw megatigo tamakwa. Amalo, usiya katang akon ng ikalaw ang mga tang iyuti unaksay, okswalok sa yait. Tamani yaw nertimi. Usiya katakaya ko ng mata. Nung nasiutik ko tako, usiya luti Edmonton mo tay kangan. Edmonton may umayagyo ako titawag may luti tamaw nga. Kaya na may malagalaw ti Haver ni ganon. Pimaki yung mat. Ato tao yakakam ningin. Okay, tato may nang minakayaw yo, kanayak vein. Amalo, tikitaw ka nga may over the top coat. Tuktuyak do molo. Asit pekotingin ni ato katakpita, ubalo ni ato katakpita, pekotitin eh, kayo na may. Umayagyo ako kutin ni ato kataktugon. Usiyo katatunin. Kayo katang mata kaligang ning, usiyong natuning, oksualong ning, tikisak tao yun inowing milo, tuktuyatong milo, aklaving milo. At utilim makalo, atok tao katang mata, usiyaw nang inoksualo, itako nung ano naling nun. Maligalaw ti Hay River ni kaya nun. O kakalakan na kumatuin na lakto nga. Kino yaksanik daw katang mata. Kino yaleutik sanik daw si mayaka kakalawaming mata tamakwa no nalig. Atok daw katang naksaw gayaleo kalawat. Tuki si malungalo, tuki leo tigi si mayatsi. Akaw ngileo tigi ngita kalawaka. Kuwisi yu kakayak pa sa walong may ulo kaya naktukakon ng man. Tako nagkain nakatak. Kutuin na lagpasi, asing angin nigtaw at akong nangikalo ang mga si. Kayo na may. Kayo na may. Mapikudik sa ako TVC. Maligalir ti imaan tuway mon. Apiri yumayo nga. Takayo alo yugot. Piyakirbig sa kalagtugot. 6% ti may. Ato kata kutikutang may nuluta. Ikanayak sa klitso may pitakang mata. Ino kutigiyak ato kalong mata kutikutang may. Piuyu na yatok. Ikanayak sa 47 nginigon na oti. Klitso miuni, aula TV uninga ne. Pagnak si mavisi, yakanaya kaya yu klitso mo, nuta wale yun na kayang imangata. Yakanaya kaya yu, nuta unak sa wale yun na kulugin. Abiktok si maniw yun nun. Kaya na may malagalaw ti. Api kuti yakataan na ekanayak sa ni klitso miuno ekanayak sa inutaw yun ng mga tapak nagsimavad. Pilire ni kawgatigot, pilire ngunelagtut, kawi madjutik sa 257 miti wakawi magalwakto nga. Teka nera na kawgata. Tay mailing alakle. Ila tay may man. Apikudiksay ko tigasi kayo manchutiksay miksanot. Koy naming. 235 magpigang ano tilang metanay na si mayud. Atugaksay 236 mitut. Apikudiksay. Maligalaw ti frame late. Iksibatak. Kingabakataw kayo galot. Kingabakataw si mang mata. Pigati taka. Pero yung mga ako mo ay daw yun nang ituming. Nagawa ko daw liklit na magsatut. Na magsangitut. Nagawang itut. Kayo siyok. Isa magsaksiyo ko daw nangit. Pero tayo alaga yikot. Sana si Mayunik. Mga bakatawot. Kayo na may minista. Kayo na may gloy kayo tit. Ilaw kang mata. No ka nga kayo nang nelok tugon.
I will now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider table document 561-19-2, main estimates 2022-2023. Does the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment have any opening remarks?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm here to present the Department of Education, Culture and Employment's main estimates for the fiscal year 2022-2023. Overall, the department's estimates propose an increase of $5.159 million, or 1.46%, over the 21-22 main estimates. These estimates support the mandate objectives while continuing to meet the GNWT's fiscal objectives to prioritize responsible and strategic spending. Highlights of these proposed estimates include forced growth funding of $778,000, including an additional $645,000 to address the increased demand on the senior citizens supplementary benefit, and $133,000 to address the increased lease costs related to Aurora College. The proposed estimates also reflect a total increase of $1.169 million to support new initiatives. This amount is comprised of $1.01 million to support the continued implementation of the action plan to improve JK-12 student outcomes, $159,000 to fund an additional position to support the Education Act modernization project. The proposed estimates also reflect a total increase of $8.787 million for other adjustments, which primarily includes $1.984 million increase to support the 2021 to 2023 Northwest Territories Teachers Association's collective agreement, $626,000 to implement enhancements to the 2022-2023 school funding framework to address the declining enrollments in Northwest Territories schools and to provide consistent and stable administrative and school support to small schools. $500,000 to continue an infrastructure fund to assist early learning and childcare programs with the cost of property improvement or new construction needed to offer new or expanded licensed programming. $322,000 increase to the Canada NWT French Language Service Agreement. $298,000 to extend the existing Canada Northwest Territories Early Learning and Childcare bilateral agreement. $2.777 million for salary cost increases provided by the 2020-2021 Northwest Territories Teachers Association collective agreement. $2.684 million for salary increases across ECE related to the 2021 to 2023 UNW collective agreement, and $404,000 reduction to travel budgets implemented across GNWT. The increases are partially offset by a total decrease of $6.308 million, reflecting funding scheduled to sunset March 31st, 2022, which includes $4.255 million for safe return to class funding allocated in response to the pandemic within education operations and educator development, $1.088 million one-time support for NWT students in response to COVID-19 with student financial assistance, $600,000 for one-time COVID-19 support funding, which was federally funded for labor market programs, $115,000 funding associated with Northern Studies expansion, $211,000 establishment of the NWT Community School and Community Child and Youth Care Counselors Phase 3 and 4, a transfer of associated funding from ECE to the Department of Health and Social Services, $33,000 for a portion of funding associated with Northern Distance Learning, and $6,000 for one-time technology setup funding for Quality Assurance Advisor and Student Records Coordinator positions. That concludes my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have witnesses to bring in?
Yes, I do.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, will you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To your left, we have Sam Shannon, Assistant Deputy Minister of Corporate Services, and to your right, John McDonald, Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Committee has agreed to forego general comments. Does the committee agree to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee will defer the departmental summary and review the estimates by activity, beginning with corporate management, starting on page 33 with information items on page 34. Questions? Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Madam Chair, I see here that about half of your budget, or $4 million of this budget, is chargebacks. Can I just confirm that that is the TSC chargeback?
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. That is correct.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an oddly specific question. So here, under EC&E, it lists that you guys are paying TSC $4 million, but then when I go to the infrastructure chargeback for EC&E, it says $5.5 million. Does anyone have an explanation for why there's a $1.5 million difference? And I suspect perhaps it might be that the school boards also charge back TSC, and that's not showing up here, but I may be wrong on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. Aurora College makes up that difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
No further questions. Thank you.
Are there any other questions under corporate management? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I see that there's one additional staff member for corporate management. Can the minister inform us as to where that staff member is going?
Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. That staff member is being added to support the Education Act modernization. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I see that there is not a substantial increase to policy, legislation, and communication for that line item. So is that being funded from within? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. I'll just send that over to Mr. Shannon. Thanks.
Thank you, ADM Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The new position that's contemplated in the 22-23 estimates will be located in the Planning, Research and Evaluation Division. This is one of 3 positions as part of the ADAC project. The new one that's being added this upcoming year is in the Finance and Capital Planning. There are 2 existing positions that came in last fiscal year, one located in Policy, Legislation and Communications, and one in Planning, Research and Evaluation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Sitting on the Standing Committee for Social Development, we definitely get to spend a lot of time with the Department of Education, Culture and Employment because they do have a lot of legislative initiatives that they are working on. There are a lot that we are also anticipating seeing, one of which was the Education Act. Does the addition of 1 staff give them the human resources that they need to push this work forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So as was noted, we have in previous years increased the staff who are dedicated to this item. And yes, we do have a lot of initiatives and they are across the department. And so they're not all supported directly by corporate services. There are initiatives that are being undertaken by the Labor Division and other areas. So we do have a lot, but it is, we feel as though we can undertake them and do it successfully with the contingent that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just in regards to the Education Act, that was one piece of legislation that we had anticipated seeing in the 19th Assembly. Can the Minister speak to the new timeline that EC is working toward completing that work by? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So we have taken a different approach with the Education Act. I would have loved to get it all done in 4 years and have a brand new modern act, but through our initial engagement, we realized that it's going to take much longer to really overhaul that entire act. And so I expect that we won't see a fully modernized act until sometime in the next legislative assembly. However, my hope is that during this legislative assembly, we can make some more minor amendments to the Education Act to address some long-standing issues that are, not just housekeeping issues, but not substantive, perhaps. but we believe they would make a difference in the years that we are modernizing the rest of the Act. So we're breaking it into 2 phases. The first phase I hope will be complete this year, and this Assembly, and Phase 2, my hope is that it would be completed during the next Assembly, but we are fully committed to fully engaging and co-developing with our Indigenous government partners, and so the time is it's unknown when it will be completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under corporate management from members? Member for Decho.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering if this is the section where we can discuss the curriculum change? No, I am booted out then.
Any other questions under corporate management? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'm just curious with the change that my colleague was mentioning to the new curriculum, are we going to need to see a better or an increase to communications costs in order to get this messaging out there, to assure parents that, you know, they're I guess why we've made this change, assure the public why we've gone to this expense? I think there would be I think there's going to be a lot of questions, and I guess I'm just wondering if we need more money for comms. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. Over the years, ECE has built up its capacity for communications, and I think it's really been put to the test over the past 2 years with a lot of significant and rapid changes due to the ever-changing environment with COVID. And so I'm confident that we have the ability to communicate that, and I agree with the member that we do need to communicate that. There's a lot of interest in education in every aspect of it, especially a change as large as communications. And so we will be working with the education bodies to ensure that the changes are communicated as they happen over the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Are there any further questions under corporate management? Okay. Thank you. Our member for Montfouille.
Corporate management, and he did mention the Education Act. So is this where I can mention about the Modernization Education Act? Is that, or do I have to wait?
Yeah, I think, yeah. Yep.
Had meetings with him, and then I think Indigenous. Are the Indigenous government organizations are going to be involved with drafting up this legislations?
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Yes, very much so. I've made that commitment at the Council of Leaders that this would be a very collaborative co-development process, and I believe the first meeting was actually today between the department and the partners in the Council of Leaders. So yes, it will be very, very collaborative. I'm fully committed to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Montfouille.
That's good. Yeah, I just wanted to ask that. Double check. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, so are there any further questions under this section? Seeing none. Education, Culture and Employment, Corporate Management, Operation Expenditure Summary, 2022-2023 main estimates, $11,264,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Committee, we will now begin Culture, Heritage and Language beginning on page 36 with information items on page 37 to 39. Questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I can't stress enough, I think, the importance of this section, and I think we're coming into some sort of decade of awareness around culture, and I'm not quite sure I have that right, but I'm sort of disappointed to see that we're not getting too much more of an increase in funding here to support our northern performers, to our Arts Council. I guess this is on my forefront because I've just been doing a bunch of support letters for the arts funding. So I guess could the minister speak to why we're not really seeing too much of an increase here, and is there an opportunity to perhaps put more funding into these areas of Indigenous languages, et cetera? I am glad to see the increase for the broadcasting. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you for that. And so there's a few areas here. So we have things like culture and heritage, and we have Indigenous languages. Most of our Indigenous languages funding, or a significant portion of it, comes from the federal government, and we have been negotiating with the federal government for a new agreement. We are don't have that signed off yet, but we expect that we will get an extension of what we currently have. There's been a lot of work in the past number of years on Indigenous languages, and I think it is one of the bright spots in the GNWT. In terms of the culture funding, the funding for the arts, things like that, we are embarking on a review of all of our arts funding as part of the review noted in the art strategy, and that will inform the future funding. So perhaps we can spend the money we have in a more efficient way, or perhaps we want to seek some targeted increases, but that work is underway, and I will reiterate what was mentioned earlier, that the department has a lot of different initiatives right now, and it would be great if we could do everything at once, but the fact is we sort of have to space these things out, and so we prioritize a number of areas, and the work is happening for that, and the work for the work on the art strategy and that sector is it's in the future as laid out in the art strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I do hear good things in amongst the arts community, the ones that do reach out to me. I guess I would like to reiterate a concern I think we raise often, and that is the multi-year funding, and that these are the types of organizations that can benefit from having guaranteed funding for several years versus having to always apply for this funding. This way they can hire staff. They're more guaranteed to be stable. And I do believe now that the NWT Music does have a paid position, where before it was all volunteer, but maybe the minister could speak a little bit more to whether that seems to be a possibility going forward for that sort of core type of funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Vicini.
Thank you, and that's exactly the things that we're looking at under the review of the art strategy, how we can best support organizations. Maybe project funding is not as efficient as a different type of multi-year funding, so that's exactly the type of things we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, again, this is an area where if we increase some of this funding to these types of programs, we would then see an uptake in regional employment and employment in small communities. I know my colleagues have often raised being able to sell crafts, et cetera, online. So I guess I'm not sure if I have too much of a question there, but more just of a comment that I think that we could be very smart with the money here. And I guess maybe I'll ask the minister, what is he doing to ensure that that money is going into the hands of small community artists as well? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, and perhaps I will hand it to the Deputy Minister for some more detail, but first I will say that we do fund the arts at the second highest level in Canada after the Yukon, so we are providing some significant funding, but in terms of how we support a lot of the small artisans in the territory, which is what the territory is made up of, I can hand it to the Deputy Minister through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Minister mentioned, there are a number of arts-specific funding programs that the department delivers through the Culture and Heritage Division. Those programs include support for northern performers, arts organizations operating contributions, heritage centers contribution programming, and Indigenous cultural organization contributions. As well, there is the Arts Council, and it has funding that is provided through the Council, makes the decisions with regional representation, I should say, about which projects should be approved during 2 intakes each fiscal year. So there is regional representation there. and the priority is for individuals, artists, and so on to make sure that that is going to that sector. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess just to ask a little bit further about the Minister's comment regarding that we are the second highest funded in Canada. I guess my question is that an overall second highest amount, or is that sort of a per capita fund? Because I get my point, or the reason I ask is that if I think it's harder to deliver this type of work in the North, like everything else that we do. So if it is just a sole amount, I don't know that that necessarily makes up for the difficulty maybe for our people to execute program, or our lack of capacity for executing programs and services in the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So we fund the arts to the second highest degree per capita. I think one of the differences between our jurisdiction and southern jurisdictions is that there are larger arts entities that can access third-party funding, federal funding, things like that, that a lot of our smaller artisans here can't do just by the fact that they don't have that infrastructure around them. So while the government is providing funding, I think the artists are missing out on other avenues, and we want to capitalize on that, and that's part of one of the goals of the review of the through the art strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It always makes me think of something else I want to ask. I guess further to this, I think this is the right area to ask around like our archives and such, and whether or not, I know that there's been, again, for this lack of capacity that we have in the North, or lack of resources, that we're potentially not able to preserve and archive and really utilize the great art that we do have stored at the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre. And when we did do the tour there, that was expressed as the building is inadequate. So is there money coming federally for us to start taking care of our arts stock better? And I guess I look at the fact that, again, we are not one area or one territory where everything is homogenized inside of it. And so in reality, we have, you know, however many different cultures that each have their unique arts and culture that needs to be preserved. So I guess I know I'm probably pleading to the choir or singing to the choir, but maybe the minister could speak if there's more money coming there. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So through the capital process, we are looking at ways to enhance the ability of the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre to store and display art. There is not the level of federal funding that one might think available for things like this. It's actually quite limited. Generally, museums, art galleries are not 100% funded by a provincial or territorial government. Again, there's other avenues for funding, and so we are exploring, how to perhaps access some of those other avenues, and how we can perhaps tie in with some other projects that might be happening in the territory, and utilize some other facilities. So it is on. There are staff who are working on this. But it is a slow process given the magnitude of the issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I guess I really want to see that mukluk and Kamek display or collection that we have at the museum get on display at some point, because it's pretty fantastic. I like what the Minister is saying about collaborations, and I think that there's an opportunity to collaborate with Indigenous organizations. I love that we have the art in the airport, that type of thing going on. So I think there's plenty of opportunities. We could have art in our schools, other ways that we could be showcasing that around the city, so that when we do have tourists return, there's something for them to look at. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed that there's a decrease in the NWT Arts Council. Is that decrease going to continue, or are we going to at some point get back to watching live shows and all these other things? And I'm just wondering why there is the decrease. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the NWT Arts Council is showing $700,000 a year over year, and the actuals in 2021 were $710,000. Is that what the member is referring to?
Yes.
Thank you. So I believe the Arts Council was just overspent that year by $10,000. Perhaps I can ask Mr. Shannon for some more detail on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shannon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not much to add beyond the budget was overspent in that current year, and there have been no budget changes during the course of that time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha?
The Heritage Centers line, the 491,000. Could you give us a breakdown on the allocations of those funds? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. From what I can recall, the Hay River Museum Society gets $60,000. I believe the center in Tabacha gets $198,000, but I can ask the Deputy Minister for the actual numbers. I believe he's looking at them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the numbers for the Heritage Centres are in Fort Smith at the Northern Anthropological and Cultural Society, $198,000. In Norman Wells at the Historical Society it's $118,000. The Hay River Museum Society is $60,000. The Yellowknife Historical Society is $60,000, and the Fort Simpson Historical Society is $55,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
The line for Indigenous language revitalization has gone down from the 2020-2021 actuals by 25,000, and I just wonder how serious this department is in Indigenous languages revitalization when you see a decrease in the mains. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very serious. I'm very passionate about this file, and like I've said, I think there's a lot of good work happening, work that wasn't happening, just 5 years ago. A lot of strides have been made. For some of the details on the funding, I can ask the Deputy Minister to provide that. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So that, I think, is just an internal move from grants to contributions. So the total amount of funding allocated for Indigenous language revitalization would not have changed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
At one of our, Madam Chair, at one of our government operations phone-in shows the whole issue of bonuses for knowing a second language or a second official language was brought up. I just want to hear the explanation if that includes all Indigenous languages or just the French language. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So I believe there is some sort of a GNWT policy on languages. I can't say I'm overly familiar with it. The issue that comes up through ECE is often Indigenous language instructors. There are Indigenous language instructors in the schools who might not have education degrees, and so they are not paid at the same rate as teachers who have education degrees. And this is something that the department has brought forward numerous times to the and has brought forward to finance, who has then brought forward to the negotiations with the union. So we are working on trying to ensure that Indigenous languages are valued the way that we believe they should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for real clarity, the Indigenous language teachers at the elementary school and the high school in Fort Smith all have degrees from the teacher education program, and are they paid on par with the French teacher at those schools? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. Perhaps I'll send it to the Deputy Minister for that level of detail. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Luckily, with the recent conclusion of collective bargaining with the Northwest Territories Teachers Association, what I believe the minister is speaking about has been addressed. So, for example, there is a provision within the collective agreement for a language bonus for Indigenous language instructors. So that's been increased. I think it's a little over $6,000 per year now. As well, in the table, the certification and the salary grid for teachers, the parties agreed to remove the initial step, which was 1 year or less of experience. So Indigenous language instructors are now paid at 2 years or less, which brings them up a pay level and brings them to be equal to other educators within the system with that level of experience and education. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Tabacha.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions under Culture, Heritage and Languages? Oh, yes, sorry. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I wanted to start off on the travel line item. I see that there was a slight decrease to travel for this item. I'm wondering who within this key activity is doing the most travel, and so would this travel, given what line items are here, would this be mostly in territory travel, and why the decrease? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I can probably ask Mr. Shannon to explain or Mr. McDonald to explain the changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the Minister mentioned in his opening remarks, the ECE's contribution to the government-wide travel reduction was a little over $400,000. In applying that reduction across the department, we looked at the various branches and divisions where staff conduct travel. So where there was previously a larger travel budget available, we made larger cuts to those commensurate to those organizations. So in this activity, the Indigenous language group would be providing travel support to Indigenous language communities, as well as to education bodies for training and things of that nature. So that would be an example of where that would be reduced. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
So thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the cut then specifically would be in territory travel. I just want to confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you. Well, there may be a possibility that there may have been some out-of-territory travel under this budget, and if that was the case, that would be the first travel that we would look at not doing. So we are prioritizing travel within the territory if we do travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for the clarification from the Minister. My next, I guess more of a comment first is, I know that one of my colleagues mentioned this already, was the significant increase to the Francophone Affairs Secretariat, and that the Indigenous languages portion is still undergoing discussions with the federal government for contributions available for that. Is there a timeline associated with when the department expects to hear about that? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I'd ask Mr. McDonald to answer. Thank you.
Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always a bit difficult predicting when we can conclude formal negotiations with the federal government, but we're actually optimistic that we'll be able to complete this fiscal year. And as the Minister, I think, mentioned when responding to a previous question, we're looking for a 3-year extension to the existing Indigenous Languages Agreement. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the next thing that I wanted to talk about really quickly was the Indigenous Languages Broadcasting line item, which is found on page 37. It's been a stagnant number for a number of years now at 878. And the reason I wanted to point this out is in looking at different ways that different areas have been, or different areas of the world have been able to do language revitalization. One of the places that was able to have quite a lot of success was Hawaii, and they found about 50 years ago that they had lost quite a bit of language speakers, and through radio and television broadcasting, we're able to increase their language speakers by 9 times. And I thought that was really interesting, and so I'm wondering if there is an intent to increase this line item. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. In this current year, there is not an intent. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, one of the things that I think is really exciting is the opportunity for young kids to hear the languages that they're learning in schools or from family members on TVs, on the radio and such. And so I'm wondering if there is I know there's not a line increase this year. I'm wondering if there is intent to add to this line item or grow this line item in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So there is Indigenous language programming on the radio, and it is much appreciated, and I know that we utilize it every time we need to get information out to Indigenous communities. But while this line item might be stagnant, the way that people can communicate has changed over the years, and so Facebook, YouTube, there are other ways that people now communicate, and I'm not sure that a focus on radio is necessarily the way to go. That being said, I can ask the Deputy Minister if there's been any conversations in the department, because I could be totally off base. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are, I should back up and say that a number of our initiatives under Indigenous languages all link back to our Indigenous languages strategy and action plan, which was built upon engagements with Indigenous governments and organizations and other partners. Those actions include funding for broadcasting societies, for radio, community radio. Those are different budget lines. And there are also funding that's provided to create regional resources, products, apps. They've been used for applications, for phones and for tablets and so on and so forth. So there are various funding streams that allow for these types of innovative solutions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the Minister can, and I know that this is slightly out of scope of the budget a little bit, but maybe not so much. I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to what kind of work the Indigenous Languages and Education Secretariat does with ITI as far as their film division and building Indigenous languages into films coming out of the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I'll pass that to the Deputy Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To be honest, not a huge amount of interdepartmental work on that issue has occurred in the past, but it is an area of opportunity. One of the things that the Indigenous Languages and Education Secretariat has done of late is establish a new committee across government with all departments. So Indigenous language coordinators in each department now have a forum to meet regularly with IELTS staff, share information, provide feedback on initiatives, and to move the needle forward in terms of the ability of departments and agencies to provide services. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Montfouet, did you have questions for this section?
Yeah, here. Indigenous languages revitalizations. And here, Ty. It says, can you clarify that for us, please? What does that mean? It's because you said development towards Indigenous language diploma program, etc.
Thank you. Minister of ECNE.
Thank you. So under the Indigenous languages line, there's a number of different initiatives that are taking place. The member is correct that there's work being done to develop an Indigenous languages diploma. We have a mentor apprentice program. Perhaps I can get the Deputy Minister to go into detail on some of the number of programs that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Minister mentioned, it's through the Indigenous Language Action Plan, which is broken into really two parts. One part is on revitalization, and the other part is on services. And over the past number of years, as EC has been implementing that action plan, the focus has been on revitalization because there's an urgent need to arrest the decline in languages in various language communities across the territory. So under that action plan, the number of actions that the Minister referenced, such as the Mentor Apprentice program, are meant to do just that. So in that case, that's a program that ECE uses to partner with 6 Indigenous governments and organizations to provide training and support for a mentor in the language to work with an apprentice. And there are currently 66 pairs working on that program right now across the territory. And in fact, that group will be graduating later this month. And there's a high success rate, and the performance indicators are really showing some success. So that's an example of revitalization. So I'll stop there unless there are other questions, but thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Montfouille, did you have any follow-up questions?
No. So I'm just wondering, because we heard from educators many times too that in order to maintain your language, you have to start at the lower level. And like right now with the daycare, can they access this money as well, this funds? The daycare or Indigenous daycare in the outlying communities or daycare here, can they, are they eligible to access?
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. I will hand it to the Deputy Minister, but first I will say that we are embarking down a path towards universal childcare, and part of that includes ensuring that we have a proper framework to guide us. And one of the pillars of that framework is going to be ensuring that all childcare is culturally appropriate. And so that is going to be one of our focuses. In terms of the funding available, I can ask the Deputy Minister for some more information. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to specifically answer the members' questions, the early learning and childcare funding and the Indigenous languages funding are distinct. So a licensed program offering childcare would not be accessing the types of programs and services offered for Indigenous languages. But with that being said, as the Minister mentioned, the existing early learning and childcare funding that the department has includes funding grants for cultural and language programming, as well as other activities such as training. And there is what's known as an early learning framework, which is essentially a culturally representative, I don't want to say curriculum, but it's a framework for instruction within licensed programs across the territory. So that's still in a pilot stage, but once that becomes finalized, there's an opportunity for licensed programs across the territory to use that as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under Culture, Heritage and Language? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at these numbers, and I noticed that if you add up the Arts Council, support to Northern Performers, Arts Organization, Operating Fund, and there was one more in there. But anyways, they come out to about 1.6 million. And then we have heritage centers. Like I understand, putting a lot of money to a lot of funding to the arts councils and to the performers and organizations. I think it is very important. But just as important as well is heritage centers. We have in heritage centers throughout the territories, we have artwork, we have carvings, we have all kinds of exhibits and artifacts that are not being looked after properly because of lack of funding. they're there, sitting there, and it's cold out and the heat's turned off, so we've got to put more money to it. And I heard the minister say as well that it's just not that easy to get money for the heritage centers. And one thing I'd like to see is that we look at that number, and in this budget here, we should see it. Like, I would like to see an increase anyway in that area, and also maybe a one-time shot to some of them, just so that they could hire more people and maybe look at sourcing other funds. So is there any, I just asked the minister if there's anything that could be done in that area. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Iceni.
Thank you. So the numbers in the budget are what's in the budget. So there are no increases this year. That being said, the numbers in here don't represent the totality of the funding that heritage centers receive from the GNWT. The ITI also provides funding to heritage centers. It's not specific for heritage centers, but they can and have accessed ITI funding a number of times to undertake capital upgrades to their facilities and whatnot. But the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre also provides in-kind support. So we have staff from the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre that will go to heritage centres and help them with their, ensure that the way that they are handling, displaying, storing their collections is appropriate. But that being said, this number, this $491,000, hasn't increased in a number of years, and I don't think I've met anyone who knows how many years since it's increased. So it's in the double digits for sure, over 10 years. So I think at some point in the near future, it is probably due for an increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know, we've got artists out there, and some of them have passed on, like Don Cardinal. We have, other ones there as well, like Antoine Mountain, Archie Beaulieu. We got Kalinda Cardinal. We've got, Sonny McDonald, and they've got, well, we see his work sitting here near the Speaker's chair, and I think that it's, we talk about, that, the museum can provide supports, but we've talked about that for a couple of years, and I still see the artifacts, I still see the objects and that's exhibits sitting there in Hay River in the cold, and it's deteriorating, and I don't think we're really serious about it. I look around this building here, the artwork that's in here, it's magnificent, and it should be shown, it should be out there. And I know the minister and I had a discussion about hopefully sourcing funding to put up a building up possibly in Hay River to showcase this, and for the Northwest Territories. And I think that maybe the Premier might be in on that one, but it's something that we have to really take serious, because we have a lot here, and I just don't want to see it lost, because it is our history. We have artists who have passed, we have artists who are still alive and still producing, and we have emerging artists, and we have to make sure that we preserve what they create. So I just ask the minister to keep that in mind as well. I just want to talk about Indigenous languages and revitalization, and I see there's $200,000 there. I guess I'd ask with that, has any of that money gone to supporting any revitalization of the Michif language in the Northwest Territories? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Iceni.
Thank you. So the $200,000 specifically is for the development of an Indigenous Languages Diploma program, but we do have a much larger pot of money for Indigenous languages. Perhaps I can ask. No. So the answer would be no. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And has there ever been any interest showing from any of the Indigenous organization with respect to looking for funding for the Michif language? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I don't have that, that level of detail with me.
Thank you. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I'll just have to, work with my colleague from the Debt Show, and we'll have to push that, and also colleague from the Batcha, can't forget her, and try and get some of the Métis organizations to maybe access some of that funding. Thank you. That's just a comment. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further questions under Culture, Heritage and Language? Member for Decho.
Yeah, I don't have too many questions here. I'm just struck by when they mentioned the MAP program, the Mentor Apprenticeship Program, and that we don't have a line item for it in here. So is there any specific budget going to this, and how does that program work? If I could get some clarification, and Masi.
Thank you, Member. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. And yes, we don't have all of the programs broken out in here, but it does have funding associated with it. Perhaps I can ask Mr. McDonald for the details on exactly how that funding is distributed and how the program works. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the Mentor Apprentice Program it's in its second year of operation, which is still considered a pilot. So after 1 year, it was expanded based on feedback and a program evaluation that was conducted. So as I mentioned earlier, there are now 6 Indigenous governments and 6 languages being supported through that program. So there is an annual allocation right now of $300,000 for that program. And that program is an annual intake where ECE provides support for mentors and apprentices to come together. So those funding provides for training supports and information for those pairs, funding for them to participate and to work together to have that time with the mentor language speaker. It provides funding for individuals to support those pairs and to provide language expertise and instructional expertise, and so on and so forth. So it's essentially a program that runs over the course of a year. So for example, for the upcoming year, there will be a call for individuals to apply, and they'll be able to apply in the spring. They'll be onboarded through training, and then they'll have coursework and opportunities to work together in pairs over the course of the year and speak the language and develop language proficiency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Masi for that. I'm just wondering which organizations you would work with in the communities to advance this. It sounds like a real well thought out program to really encourage the speakers of the languages. I don't know what you actually pay a mentor for their services, but I'm just wondering if if you had lots of turnovers in this and whether there's any complaints about any of the pay. Because I don't know what they're getting paid right now, but I see.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. And so we work with the Indigenous governments. That's who our partners are on this. The mentors received, the starting compensation rate is $25 an hour, and the apprentices receive $20 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Decho.
Yeah, Masi for that. I'm just wondering, if we can look at increasing that, because even for us as we get CAs and all government positions that I think I'm aware of, they start at about $30 an hour. So I'm just wondering if there'd be consideration for, in order to have a real good program, and people want to be committed to it, right? So if we don't, put the money there, it won't be as successful. That's what I would think anyways, Masi.
Thank you. Did you have any further questions? No. Okay. Are there any further questions under Cultural Heritage and Language? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So on September 17th, 2021, the new art strategy was released, and it doesn't look like there is no changes to any of the contributions on page 37. So when might we expect to see some changes in, even culture, heritage, and languages budget that reflects the new art strategy? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Isini.
Thank you. So it could be the next budget. The program evaluation is happening, and I'm of two minds of these strategies. Do I just do the work without telling anyone what we're doing, or do we release something that is very high level so that people know what we're doing, but then I get criticized for not having dollars attached to it? And so I've opted to put something out there so that people know what we're doing and know where we're going. And so right now the programs are being evaluated. There is a budgeting process that happens throughout the year, and so if there's an opportunity to perhaps increase some of those numbers or perhaps change some of those numbers, none of our arts funding programs were designed with an evaluation component. So we really don't know how they're doing. There's no way for us to look at them and say, yes, this money is well spent. So we want to do that work, ensure that what we're doing is appropriate, and if not, adjust as necessary. And if we find that an investment makes a huge difference and we'd be crazy not to increase that funding, then we can pursue those types of changes. But I understand the members' frustration, but we are looking at the programs and determining if we need new money and how that money would be spent and where it would go. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I know the minister was on this side of the House in the last assembly and saw lots of different strategies. Once in a while you might actually see one that actually had some dollar figures attached to it, but pretty rare. But here, significant amount of time. I know even committee time went into reviewing draft of the strategy. Not that that was really reflected in the strategy, but we put a lot of time and effort into this, and then we just get the same thing in the next budget. Then the minister talks about how well we're reviewing things within the department. Is that part of the government renewal initiative? Because I've seen zero results from that effort so far. Zero, nothing. No inventories, nothing. But I understood that education, culture, and employment was supposed to be one of the first departments. Still haven't seen anything. Is that what the minister is talking about here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Isini.
Thank you. And no, I'm not talking about the government renewal initiative. As the member may recall, the art strategy included a number of actions in there. The first action, sort of the foundational action, was to review the current programs that we have. And again, that work could have been done prior to a strategy being released, and we could have released the strategy with the reviews done, perhaps this year or sometime next year. But we decided to do it in that order. And so we know what we have. We know what our inventory of arts funding is, our programs are, and we're going to review those as part of the art strategy, not as part of a broader government renewal initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, just my disappointment with not seeing any changes here about this after developing the art strategy. Can the minister tell me if there's any increases in funding for the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre in here? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Isini.
Thank you. And I will also comment that I've had discussions with the department about trying to align strategies with budgeting processes. So if we release a strategy in September, the budgeting, we're almost too late to develop new initiatives and get that funding in there. So there are challenges with that as well, though. We are pretty thin in all positions in the GNWT. We're generally one person deep, and so when we have a number of different reviews happening. It's hard to get them all done at one time so they all align with the budgeting process, but I am very much alive to the members' concerns, and they are my concerns as well, so we are working on that. But in terms of the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre, I can say that there is a revenue study that's underway to determine how we can find more funds, how we can increase the revenue and perhaps better support it. But in terms of how the Heritage Centre is funded, I can ask the Deputy Minister for that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the Minister indicated, the Prince of Wales Centre has not received an increase of funding. But to maybe expand on that comment about the revenue study, this is meant to be the final component of a more comprehensive planning study to look at the museum. The member may recall that ECE embarked on, with the assistance of infrastructure and a contractor, an analysis of the midlife retrofit for the Prince of Wales, and the initial figures that came back were significant, 160 to 170 million required. We revised those numbers down to look at a more realistic expenditure, which was somewhere in the neighborhood of 50, 60 million. And at this point, the revenue study is meant to try to find ways in which those costs could be offset with ongoing revenue through the museum itself. So we're anticipating that that will be complete by the end of this fiscal year, and that will feed into future discussions around the Prince of Wales. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, I look forward to this revenue study, although I must say I'm a bit skeptical that charging admission to Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre is really going to generate a lot of revenue. But maybe I could be surprised. Well, just as my colleagues from Hay River and Fort Smith have said, we need to invest, I think, more in heritage. And the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre does actually serve as the Northwest Territories Archives. We have legal obligations to manage the records of the government of the Northwest Territories in a way that's going to protect and preserve them for future generations. And I don't think the archives right now cuts that. And for anybody who has had a tour, and I've been over there many times and a couple of times as a regular MLA, the facility is not in very good shape. And I think we're at risk of not meeting our basic legal obligations in terms of protecting the heritage of the Northwest Territories there. So anyways, the minister's heard me about all of this before, and I just don't get a sense that anything's changing. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm surprised my colleague from Frame Lake didn't ask it. Is there any update on renaming the Prince of Wales Heritage Centre? And maybe we could consider asking the Prince of Wales to pay for that $170 million upgrade if he wants to keep his name on it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister V.C. Nee.
Thank you. So the idea was to look at the revenue study, figure out how we are going to support the Prince of Wales Northern Heritage Centre to fulfill our legal obligations to store archives, and wrap it all up in one package with a name change. And so that work is all happening. And I will say that a revenue study is looking at more than just charging admissions. I mean, you could look at the number of people through the door and multiply that by 2, and then you know how much you would make for charging people $2 to get into the Heritage Centre. So it's more than that. It's looking at things such as rental spaces, gift shops, but primarily what I think might be the biggest thing is the third-party funding. We are the only jurisdiction that funds their museum 100% from the government. Generally, these are not funded by government, but third parties. So the hope would be that we could access some things like that in terms of the archives and perhaps future art galleries. We're also looking at the growth of Aurora College and what that might mean when we look at new polytechnic facilities. So all that to say that things are proceeding quite slowly, and I feel the members' frustration, but that is the pace of government, and I will apologize for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under culture, heritage, and language? Okay. Seeing no further questions, please turn to page 36. Education, Culture and Employment, Culture, Heritage and Language Operation Expenditure Summary 2022-2023 main estimates $21,251,000. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. All right, so we will move on to early learning and childcare beginning on page 41 with information items on page 42, 43. Questions? No questions? Member for Yellowknife North?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can the minister just explain to me why we just signed a big agreement with Canada for early learning and childcare agreement, but there's no increase here? Is that just because that money has to come forward in a sub? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of EC&E.
That's correct. If I may use the member's time to clarify my statement earlier, I'm not apologizing for the pace of the work that we do in terms of saying that we are slow and employees are slow. I'm saying that it's a big job, and that's why it takes a long time. It's just government. But people are working hard on all of these things that the members are bringing up. And yes, the member is correct that the agreement was signed well after this was finalized by the printers, so we will have to get that money through a different method. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you. Madam Chair, I guess I look forward to seeing this up going forward to this fiscal that we're reviewing now, I guess next fiscal, and I'll have a number of questions then. But it's my understanding that we're actually hoping to reimburse some people who have already paid childcare costs in this calendar year. Can I just get an update of how that work is going and when we expect that to occur? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. So I will be having a discussion with the federal minister in a public forum in the coming days, and we'll be discussing what the program is going to look like as it rolls out. So I'll be happy to have those conversations at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on early learning and childcare? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I was happy on page 42 to see a substantial increase to the Early Childhood Infrastructure Fund. I'm wondering if the minister can let us know how many communities do not currently have licensed childcare. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. I'm not sure what the number today is. It does vary between 11 and 13, and so I suspect that it's still between 11 and 13, and it looks like it's 13 today. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Building infrastructure in the NWT is very, very expensive, and childcare facilities are not immune to the costs of building. And so I know that using existing structures, our infrastructure, especially in smaller communities, is key. So I'm wondering if the minister knows if the policy work to be able to run licensed day homes out of public housing has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. I believe that work is still underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Well, I know that this is not NWT Housing Corp's Day. This is something that definitely has an impact on childcare in communities. Does the Minister of EC&E know when this work will be complete?
Thank you. Minister of EC&E.
Thank you. No, I don't, but I want to temper everyone's expectation that this is, I don't think this will be a silver bullet, and I think, in fact, there might be very few units that might even be available for licensed childcare. So the work is underway, but we don't have an anticipated completion date yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. No, I think I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you're good. Any other questions? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with the increase or the look at the money coming in and the plans for the future, I also have concern about the licensed daycare spaces or childcare spaces in communities. Is there going to be an opportunity or a way that family members can access funding through this new federal funding to provide that daycare for their own, grandchildren or nieces and nephews? I would rather we paid family members to take care of their children versus people having to go out necessarily and work, or grandparents that are just doing it at their own expense. I think that there's definitely a way we could be funneling some of that money into a sort of a unique program like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. And there's not a way unless the family members get licensed. So the agreement is specifically for licensed childcare, and we don't have the ability to fund unlicensed childcare providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is there potentially a way to carve off a chunk of money that then could be provided as a support to people or even through an NGO type organization, so that I guess I get really hung up again on, we are a small territory with lacking capacity. I don't want us to sit here with money that doesn't get spent because there isn't those, and I mean, I know it would get spent somewhere, but it would probably get spent somewhere in a community like Yellowknife versus in, Paulatuck, right? So to me, the amount of spaces like this we'd be talking about would be probably fairly small. And I guess I just feel that this is at least a solution to bridge through until we maybe can have a day where we actually have those licensed daycare spaces in those communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. And I hear the members' comments. I guess I have to say that we have focused on licensed childcare spaces even through our own programs, and sometimes we do have to pick a lane and stick with it, and I think that our efforts are focused on licensed childcare centers and supporting people who are providing childcare in a community without an unlicensed center, but as if they were a licensed center. So there are babysitters in communities where you drop your kids off, but they aren't licensed, and so when we learn about that, we do our best to help them become licensed, and we have funding to help them make the renovations that they need to make. So our efforts are focused on supporting licensed childcare centers and helping people become licensed. That being said, I completely understand the members' comments, and in a perfect world, yes, we'd be able to do that, but that's not the direction that we're going. So thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the Minister's comments, and perhaps I have to find a different department to press for this type of funding through a social program. I guess with the Minister's comments then about trying to help unlicensed spaces become licensed, what then they run into that hurdle is the building code and the fire marshal and all of that good stuff, which we've heard lots about in this House. So I guess can the Minister speak to how do we, or does the department help spaces that perhaps aren't ideal become licensed in that case? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So there are regional early learning and childcare coordinators or consultants in every region, and those are the people on the ground who people can reach out to have those conversations. We also have, like as I mentioned, some monetary supports, and we are, as part of the move towards a universal system of childcare, we are looking at the supports that we do provide and determining if that's the best way to provide those supports. And so we could see some changes in the way we roll that funding out as well to make these types of changes that the member is talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, anything further? Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. And I know that we had a supplementary appropriation, a couple of them tabled earlier today. One contains some information about the new federal agreement, so I'm not going to ask any questions about that here because I think they're more appropriate for this up. But I do have a few questions about what's before us in the main estimates. On page 41, there's it's about a $100,000 increase in purchase services. And can someone explain to me what's going on there? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. So that is related to the extension of the Canada NWT agreement on early learning and childcare, so not the Canada-wide. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks for that, Madam Chair, and thanks to the Minister for that. What do we get for the $100,000 bucks? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I'll do what I should have done in the first place, and I'll ask the Deputy Minister to answer. Thanks.
Deputy Minister, what do we get for that money?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In that case, that money is provided primarily for support for training of early childhood educators working within licensed programs. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks for that. There's just a couple of smaller changes on page 42 under grants. The early childhood program grants going up $35,000 while the early childhood scholarships are going down by $15,000. Yeah, normally we don't really see a lot of movement in these sections, so is there an explanation there? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Thank you. I believe the grants were, perhaps I'll ask the Deputy Minister. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Minister McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just believe those are year-over-year changes to funding to actuals. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Madam Chair, I don't have anything further, but yeah.
Are there any further questions under this section? Member for Deschaux.
Madam Chair. My question's in relation to the Early Childhood Infrastructure Fund. I believe you had an application process out earlier in the year, I believe, or last year for to apply for early childhood infrastructure funding. And that one was to preserve existing centers, also to create new licensed daycare centers. I'm just wondering if this program would help an organization build a new infrastructure from the ground up. Let's see.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
Yeah, it would help. It's unlikely that it would fund the entire thing, but a number of the projects, or I know at least one of the projects, was a brand new build, and that was the one in Fort Smith. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux.
And your application process, I'm just thinking about the small communities where we never get anything like this in there because of the, I don't know, the limitations with the amount of available organizations or volunteers or whatever it is, or for that matter, qualified people. Your application process, I'm just wondering if there's been any applications, any interest from the small communities, like Fort Providence, Reserve, Coquisa, all the small communities I'm mentioning about. Masi.
Thank you. Minister Vicini.
I believe that Fort Providence actually has an application in. We've supported project in Delaney, and we do prioritize small communities, understanding that it's generally small communities who really lack the infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Deschaux.
No further questions, Masi.
Right. Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, given that I don't think there's anybody else on your list, I move that the Chair rise and report progress.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. And we'll see you tomorrow.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, Member for Inuktitut Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering bills 23, 29, 38, Minister Statement 202, Table Document 561, 567, 578, 579, and would like to report progress with one motion adopted. And Mr. Speaker, I move that report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for the Inuktitut Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Cam Lake. All those in favour? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Wednesday, March 2nd, 2022, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral questions, recognition of visitors in the gallery, replies to budget address, day 7 of 7, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notices of motion for the first reading of bills, first reading of bills, second reading of bills, consideration in committee of the whole of bills and other matters, bills 23, 29, and 38, minister statement 202-19-2, table documents 561 and 567-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, orders of the day.
Mr. Clerk, this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, March 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Order.